Hello. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Joe's Computer Museum. Hang out with me tonight as I stress and fret and scream about this color classic that is now working and all the frustrations that I went with it. I hope you're all having a great Saturday. We're picking up where we left off with Javier Rivera's color classic, and we're going to try to mystify it. That is, put the Mystic upgrade into it. I've been doing a lot of remediation work with this old thing and not streaming it because it has been a lot of boring, how can I put it, process of remove analog board, do thing, put analog board back in machine, do thing, test, repeat for days and days and days. And I feel like I want to take Javier's poor machine. I love Javier to death. I love this computer to death. But I tell you what, I feel like taking his machine and chucking it in the river because it's being a stupid. But that all said, it is up and working. So, silly, how can I put it, YouTube promotional things out of the way. Again, if you like my channel, hit the subscribe button. If you like this video, hit the like button. Smash it. Smash the crap out of that like button, right? And give me some love to help my channel along. I also have merch at jcm-1.com if you like cool t-shirts or want little electronically twinkets. Electronically, I can't speak tonight. Trinkets, things, stuff for your old classic computers. I got stuff there. So go on over to there and check that out. All of that stupid stuff done. Now, let's tell you what is going on with this color classic. Again, I am trying to mystify it. I'm trying to give it the Mystic upgrade. But let me tell you all of the repairs that I've had to go through on this machine to get it to a point to where we could actually just boot an operating system on the color classic board itself. I haven't even done the Mystic upgrade yet. I'm just trying to get the machine functional. Okay? So here's what we've had to do. I actually took notes because it's nuts. So it had bad capacitors. That's known. Replace the capacitors. Somebody prior to me and or prior to Javier, I am not sure, took the analog board out of this and tried to do a cap replacement themselves. Something happened during that process, or either during my repair process, one of either, I don't know, that left 2 or 3 joints for some resistors cleared. The solder sucker machine actually sucked the joint clear. Whether that was me or somebody else, I don't know. Resistors aren't supposed to be removed during a cap replacement. I don't know. So that led to some glitchy weirdness. So I fixed that, tested it again. It was still wonky. Took the board out, put it under my microscope, checked that out, and found cracked solder joints. So reflowed the cracked solder joints. Everything was hunky-dory there. Great. Put it back in the machine. Still funky. Thank you, Justin Morgan, for dropping that link in there. I appreciate that. So then, hold on, let me get my notes back up again. So after the cracked solder joints, then I'm like, okay, I put it in the machine and it seems to be working okay, sort of, kind of. A little bit of flickery, but whatever. And so then I think the potentiometers, on the back, the adjustment pots for the color levels and brightness and pin cushion and all that stuff were funky. So I cleaned the pots and made it a little bit better. Still crappy. Took it out, reflowed everything again, just for giggles. Cleaned the potentiometers, put it back in. Still didn't work right. And this is where I found that the card edge connector between the analog board, the chassis was screwed up or dirty or whatever. So I cleaned that. And then that fixed the flickering problem. So the video stopped. How can I put it? I may have shown it on stream last time, but basically about 1/3 of the way down, the screen would get dark, then go bright again, and it would come back. Stand by. I'm going to click this button. I just paused my backups. I just noticed my stream had some connectivity issues. Maybe I'm cutting in and out. I don't know. Anyway, so Where was I? Dirty edge connector. Fix the edge connector. Clean that up. But then when I put it back in, the screen was just blue. Like it wasn't getting the red and green gun data at all. It was just blue. And then I wiggled, kind of shook the back of the kind of cattywampus the analog board. I'm like, I thought I fixed that, but it didn't fix it. So then I used a black pokey stick, standby. One of these things, non-conductive, so that I can get into the high voltage stuff. I take this pokey stick and I start poking around inside of the thing, and I find that the connector between the front of the analog board and the back of the analog board that takes the actual RGB data from the logic board to the circuitry that converts it to send it to the CRT was screwed up. Okay, reflowed the connections. That didn't work. Used contact cleaner and cleaned the absolute crap out of the connections. That didn't work. So what I had to do was I had to run 6 bodge wires on the bottom of the analog board to bypass that original wire. I had to like hardwire those analog connections in to fix that problem. So that's fixed. After all of that, which took however long it's been since my last stream, I don't know, 2 weeks. Yeah, because my previous stream was before the Retro Repair Roundup. Did all that, and now we have working video. It's great. And then I've spent all day today trying to get this thing to boot from the internal SCSI to SD that Javier shipped with it. It wasn't initialized, and I had to do initialization and all that. And it kept breaking or locking the machine up or giving me weird problems where the disk is locked, the disk initialization failed, and all of this other crap. I'm like, what is wrong with this? Come to find out, it's the external SCSI to SD that I was booting off of as a bootstrap device to get the machine up to be able to format the drive. So that last problem wasn't the Color Classic at all. It was my hardware. So that's where we are. Now that we have all of that set, all of that functioning, in theory now, we can actually proceed with the Mystic upgrade. Now, there's 2 ways that the Mystic upgrade can be done. And I have to explain what it is and why these things have to be done. So, the first thing you have to understand is that the Mystic machine, as it's called, or the LC Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hello, how you doing? The Mystic machine, or the LC575, supports a higher screen resolution on the built-in monitor in the machine it comes from. And this built-in resolution, the Color Classic chassis can't handle. It can't do it. It's 640 by 480 or higher or something like that. I don't remember. It might be 800 by 600. But by default, what happens is the logic board tries to drive that to the monitor, and the monitor can't handle it. And either one of 2 things happens. The monitor doesn't turn on, or you overdrive the monitor and bad things can occur. So there are 2 things that you have to do. One of 2 ways to do the upgrade. Upgrade number 1 is you actually make a modification to the analog board to change its voltages and redraw frequency or some BS. I don't know exactly how it works. Analog electronics are not my forte. It's voodoo, like RF. It's voodoo. But basically, you modify the analog board to increase the voltage so that it can do 640 by 480, and then you can just slide the logic board in and it works. The other way you can do it is you modify the LC575 logic board by changing some resistors on the bottom to tell it that it needs to run in 512 by 384 mode, which is the default mode supported by the built-in monitor in the Color Classic. You can do it either way. My personal preference is to actually mod the LC575 board to match the chassis. And the reason being is when you modify the chassis, to do 640 by 480. Yeah, you get better screen resolution. That's fine. But you're overdriving the tube and the analog circuitry in the analog board. You're increasing voltages. And that can lead, that basically the board wasn't designed to do that. Now, and of course, there are like three or four different ways you can actually do the mod to the analog board that give you different voltage levels that all achieve the same thing. But to achieve, well, they achieve the same thing, but you get different different refresh rates, basically. But neither of them are optimal. The lower voltage hack, which provides less stress to the board, has a lower refresh rate, so the screen's blinky. Like you can see it flicker. The higher voltage version allows you to get the refresh rate up, but it is jamming something like 30% more voltage through the tube. And it's like, yeah, let's just jam 85 volts through that tube. It's only supposed to take 60. But let's go ahead and jam 85 volts through it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of either of those. Even though we get 640 by 480, I'm more of a fan of the 512 by 384 mod to the logic board. It's a couple mods that just, it's essentially what you're doing is you're hacking the logic board to do the same thing that those little 15 pin to VGA plug-in adapters do to tell the Mac what kind of VGA monitor you have attached. You're basically doing the same thing, but hacking it straight on the logic board. Now that means that logic board's got a screwy resolution and all of that stuff, but the upside means that it can just, you just shove it in there and it'll work, and it's really easily reversible on the logic board if you want to. So Ken Bynell, hey Joe, can't stay, but I wanted to drop by and say I enjoy your content. Thank you. I enjoy making it. Your Kpro video will be helpful when I start restoring my files. All Kpro 4/83. Appreciate you. And I appreciate you, Ken. Sorry you can't stay. Come back and watch the stream later if you have time. And if you have any questions about the Kpro, reach out to me. It's right up here. And I can help you out with that. So let's get to hacking the heck out of an LC575 board to do the thing. I'm going to switch cameras real quick so you can see the kind of craziness I've been going through. So right now I've got my Perform 410, also known as an LC2, up here connected to Javier's SCSI 2 SD so that I could format it properly and copy a system to it so that I can like boot the Color Classic when I'm done, because his SCSI 2 SD it was blank. There was nothing on it. So I had to wipe it and reinstall it, basically. And I was trying to do that by booting off of my SCSI 2 SD, which came in the little box here and a little whatever to do the thing, and it just, yeah, it didn't work. So what we got to do first is get the Mystic board. We need to get the Mystic board. Oh, that's my reminder, and I already did the thing it's reminding me of. Get the Mystic board and do the upgrade to it. So it's basically you just move a couple resistors around. I have my cheat sheet right here. Stand by. Here it is. And I'm going to paste this cheat sheet into Microsoft Word and make it super big so I can see it from across the shop while I'm working. And we want that to have... That was a failure. Stand by. Have I checked my email recently? I checked it earlier today. Stand by. Yeah, I have a couple emails from some viewers. See you, Ken. But nothing I have responded to yet. So, yes. Douglas, hi all, frequent viewer. We rarely make streams live. Nice to see this real time. Hey, Doug, how you doing? Days Vintage Apple Tech. How are you here? Aren't you supposed to come in at the end of the stream? Isn't that the trope? So, again, thank you, Justin Morgan, for popping in comments and saying hi to people. I appreciate that. Being my admin for me. So here's what I need to do. We need to get this board. I need to get my cheat sheet up, and we need to do a thing. So let's get the machine, this machine shut down and out of the way. That drive should be sufficiently blessed because I double-clicked on all the thingies. So in theory, it should boot. Special shutdown. Hi, Ace. How are you? So this is out of the way. So we need to take this stuff, and I need to keep the keyboard and mouse. It can go there. This is Javier's drive, so it's going to go there. Mr. LC2 needs to take a hike and go back to where it belongs. LC2. And then we need to get the 575 board, which is this one right here. Javier's 575 board. Mike Rojas, hello, how are you? This is just a super duper chill stream tonight to catch up on this guy. So this is Javier's board. So we need to do a couple little modifications to it. Get the RAM out of it, because the RAM doesn't need to be in it for this process. Okay. Yep. Yep. It's generally okay. I know the board works because I tested it. I tested it in an LC550 chassis, which is 575, is the same gosh darn thing. Legend has it Joe can't leave the workshop until this is finally done. My best bet is Christmas Eve. You know, if I could sit here and never leave and not have to do an actual day job, yeah, I'd be fine with that. Rudy! How you doing, buddy? I saw, Rudy, I have the email from our, from planning our next stream. For everybody out there, Rudy and I and Javier and Ron, we have a retro repair roundup stream on a new channel that we do. So go ahead and check that out. So let's, where am I? What am I doing? Brain fail. I need to get my scope put together and get you on scope can. John P, how you doing? I'm going to try once to pronounce your name, John. Pionkowski? Ponkowski? It's kind of like Stroh-Snyder, but worse, better, different, more interesting. Whatevs. So let's go to scope cam. And then we're going to turn on the light. And now I need to do some adjustments to the scope because I have it in super tall mode because I was using it to, there we are. I was using it. Focus. Grandpa pronounces it differently than my parents. Yep. So anyway, yeah, I had to adjust my scope because I had adjusted it. It's up on a box over here so that I could get it high enough to get that analog board underneath it so I could do the analog board. So Action Retro. Hey, Sean, how are you? Did you get the thing I sent you? Here, like, I need to turn all these things on. Did you get that thing I sent you? Did you test it out? How's it look? It's, ooh, here it is. That thing. 3D printed backplate for the Color Classic. Because the Color Classics, the Color Classic board and the LC575 board have their ports in different places. And so you can 3D print a backplate to replace that backplate so it matches the 575 board. John Mounts, how you doing? So where are my instructions? I need to find a very small 0 ohm resistor located at R116, left side of RP9. I don't know. I don't know where any of these things are. It's tiny, tiny stuff. So let's look for it. RP9 is one of these RPs. RP9 is here, left side of RP9. And I need to remove R116. This right here needs to come off. Let's turn my soldering iron on and move my fan over here to blow away the smokes. So that's got to get removed. We're going to do it the Joe way, but just heating it and shoving it off. GZ, how you doing? So we heat this and remove it. Let's see if I can just do my patented shove it technique. Might work, might not, we'll see. Well, it's cooling down too fast. It's not working. So we're going to do this. Suck up the solder with the solder braid. And it might work a little easier. Okay. Have to, I'll just cut the sucker off. I don't really care. It's just got to go away. It's just got to not be there. There we go. I got it. Okay. So we got 116. It's just a little wire link. It is a 0 ohm resistor, which means it's not a resistor. It's just a link. It's off there. So that's done. Frederic Segar, how you doing? So that part is done. Let me highlight that. I need a 4.7K resistor on location 109. If you can't get the resistor, you can use the 0 ohm resistor to which you removed from R116. Looks like I took the solder off that pin. Yeah, easy fix. Easy fix. I would have caught it. Lies. Yeah, Sean's video on that the sorbet was excellent. There you go. Fixed it for ya. Thank you for letting me know. So, yeah. It's like reuse that wire link you just removed. The problem is it just flew across the room and is gone. It is gone. I don't know where it is. Is it still laying on the board here? No, it's just gone. That's fine. So across 109, we need a 4.7K resistor. So how can we do a 4.7K resistor? Like the weird way. Well, we know we can just do a wire link. So I can just put a piece of wire across it. probably be fine. So that's solder, not a wire. Just looking for a little piece of wire. That's fine. I got wire right here. And flex. Installing sorbet. Yes. Sorbet. 109. Let's flow a little good, clean, new, shiny solder on those pads. There we go. Now we need to get a little piece of wire across these pads. A little more flux. More flux never hurts. Just makes it sticky. So stick in there, please. Okay. So now we're going to kind of hold that down so it doesn't move. That's the only thing that's important. Just don't go anywhere. So let me heat that part. You can melt any day now. Melt, melt. There we go. It's not being straight and it's bothering me. There we go. Yay! Cool. Is everyone okay from those tornadoes? I am okay, personally. I'm not sure about anybody else. Anybody else in the chat have to deal with the tornadoes? One of my patrons lives in Kentucky and is near the tornadoes, but he did okay. But he does know some people affected. Yep, sad stuff. The playback of the chat was missing. I asked a question, couldn't find the answer after the stream ended. The chat playback was missing? Really? I'll have to go back and check that. Do you have my email address? Can you send me an email to remind me? Because if it's not right in front of my face, it doesn't happen and I forget. I'm going to clean up this stuff here. The flux. Not that it really does need to be cleaned up, but you know me. I like my stuff to be clean. Doobie, 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 doobie. Get this goo out of here. No goo, please. Go away, goo. Do. Yeah, it was windy here. I'm in Ohio, north central Ohio. And it was windy here, but we really didn't get a lot of nastiness. It was just windy. Yes. Yeah, Rudy, you have access to the channel. You should be able to take a look at it too. To see why the chat replay is off. I'm not sure why. I mean, it was there. It was working. We had chat while we were doing it. We were taking questions. Okay. That's clean. What's next? That's done. Finally, check R110. If there is a resistor at that location, remove it. If there is no resistor, it's okay. R110 has no resistor. Good. So this is done. That is all you need to do this mod. Technically speaking, you take 116 and you put it in place of 109 and then make sure there's nothing on 110. And that tells the board what the resolution is. Took you 3 days to find the channel. Yeah, we need to do a little bit better promotion. It's on my list of things to do to actually create a Twitter feed for the channel, I've been busy, as I was talking about in the beginning of the stream, futzing around with this stupid computer. I'm not actually grumpy. Yeah. So before we proceed, I do what I always do, and I just clean up my bench a little bit. It's a habit I try to stay in. That goes there, and that goes there. And the solder goes back up here. We should be done with the solder. And the fan goes up here. Out of the way. Cool. Now, not sure if it can be enabled afterwards. I swear, but that's the thing. I swear it was enabled. Stand by. Content. I'm logged into it now. Live. Edit. Show more. Live chat replay is enabled for the stream. The check mark is checkmarked for that stream. I'm not sure why you can't see it. It's there. Paste. I can see it when I go to the stream, so I don't. Can't help you. Anyway, perhaps promote RRR at the end of your videos and y'all man channels. Y'all, I love that. Doobie, 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 doobie. So let's see. Where is that? That is here. That's the channel. We go to here. Copy, paste. There you go. There is our channel. I also created a shortener for it. That will also get you to the channel. So, moving on. Let us actually get this installed. So, we now have the resolution reduced on this board. So, we need to put the RAM back in it. I put it in the wrong order. Stand by. Wrong. Display RAM and system RAM. Okay. So, in theory, if we plug this in, it'll work. So let's find out. Let's find out what happens. So, we're going to remove the original Color Classic board, which I have marked as Javier's. Stand by. I need to actually, I don't know, invite Javier to the stream. I'm not sure he knows I'm streaming. I told him I'd be streaming tonight. Maybe he can jump in and hang out. So I will give him a couple minutes before we actually turn it on here to see if he'll show up to the stream if he's available. This is kind of impromptu. We can't expect everybody to drop everything they're doing and come watch me goof around, but you know, whatevs. So here is the Color Classic, or not the Color Classic, the LC575. The CPU in it, though, if you can see, is a 6.8 LC040. LC meaning low cost, meaning it doesn't have an FPU in it. However, what Javier may or may not know is, look at that. I ordered upgrades. So if this works, we can give this guy an upgrade and get him a built-in FPU. Yeah, Javier, that Atari 520 problem, just to be perfectly clear, was absolutely not his fault. We've all become prey to that pinout problem before. I've done it. Everybody's done it. The trick with that is that a lot of the pinout diagrams that I found have the pins backwards on the diagram. Not numbered backwards. They're displayed backwards because it's viewed from the wrong end of the connector. The pin numbers are correct, but you're viewing it from the other direction. And so you have to be very careful and look at your connector and look for the actual pin numbers on the connector. If you don't catch that, you can get them back to front because you're wiring it the way it looks instead of the way it's numbered. I've done that before. Luckily, last time I did it, it was on a low voltage thing, but whatever. But yeah, if you get your voltages inverted, you're going to have a bad day. I should send an S100 computer for repairs. That'll be fun. I don't know how to fix it, but I didn't know how to fix this Color Classic until I turned it on and tried. So. It's actually funny you mentioned the S100. Again, we're waiting to see if Javier shows up here. It's funny you mentioned the S100 because I wanted to see, or when I was designing the JCM1 computer, yes, it is still a project. No, I haven't abandoned it. I'm getting back to it. I'm thinking about coming back to it very soon, maybe early next year. But the first system I thought about using or designing for the JCM1 computer was Javier is here. Are you ready to see it catch fire? I thought about doing JCM1 as an S100 machine because it had an open standard bus. And you could, as long as you designed around it, I could literally then throw in any S100 thing I wanted to at JCM1. But then it wouldn't be mine. It would just be another boring, plain S100 machine. It wouldn't be anything special. So, yeah. So Javier is here. Javier, as I told you earlier today, your Color Classic is fully functional. I had some problems booting to your SCSI to SD, but those problems actually ended up being my SCSI to SD and not your SCSI to SD. That said, somebody who's texting me, what is this? Why are you bothering me while I'm streaming? That is a news update. That has nothing to do with people texting me. So the machine got completely up and running with the original Color Classic board. I already took that out. I just put in the Mystic board after having done the little mod to it. Now, Javier, I've modded your Mystic board to support the original 512 by 384 screen here. You can do it another way so that the chassis supports 640 by 480, but I'm not doing that way because it's going to overdrive the chassis. And as you know from the past 2 friggin' weeks, how much crap I've had to go through with this chassis. We're going to be nice to the chassis and put the stress on the board. Also, what you may have just missed is I have a CPU upgrade for you. I also have a video RAM upgrade for you. Either way, your machine's gonna be awesome. So, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, here we go. Plugged in. Machine is inserted. Board is inserted, plugged in. The SCSI 2SD is connected. Yes. I'm going to flip the switch. No problems there. We have a chime. Yeah. Now, the next thing is, will we actually get anything on this screen? Is it going to go wonky or what? I don't know. What's it doing? Yeah! It's alive! Now let's see it boot. Welcome to Macintosh. Now this is just a bog standard 755 installation that I happen to have a copy of. I basically have just a plain 755 install that I just copy from drive to drive to drive to get machines up and running. I literally copy and paste the system folder over just to make it work. Rebuilding the desktop file. Yay! So Javier, you now have a Color Classic Mystic, buddy. So that's how you mystify the Color Classic. You yell at it for 3 weeks until it works. Let's turn the brightness up a little bit. Oh, I bumped the screen. There we go. Now, it looks like it could use a little bit of analog board adjustment for the differing input. Let's see if we can do that. Looks like we need to do a little bit of vertical or horizontal centering, which is the HS pot. It needs to come this way a little bit. HS pot is right here. I believe I need to turn it to the right. Yep, there we go. That's centered. Yep. The colors are okay. Javier, when you get this, you can tweak the potentiometers on the back to your adjustment the way you like it. I adjusted the brightness and all that myself earlier to the way I think I like it, but you can play with that as you like. Javier says he's been messing with this machine for 2 years, but apparently my yelling is louder. Yes. Man, that's fast. Like, it's just a doo 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 boonk. It's just like up. If you know how slow a Color Classic is, normally when you do this, and it's just like it takes forever just to load that about the Mac screen. Crazy. There is one thing I did want to note to you, Javier. It's hard for you to see, but this side of the it almost looks to me like the yoke in shipping has twisted a little bit, and it's turned this way a little bit. I did try to adjust that, but I think that happened a billion years ago, and the yoke is now like perma stuck to the picture tube, and I didn't want to try to futz with it to try to get it unstuck, because then I could have necked the tube and destroyed all the progress I made. So I didn't push my luck there. If the Joe yelled louder, does that mean the Color Classic is hard of hearing? Yeah, it's turned this way. It's that way just a little bit. I did try to adjust it a little bit. I do think Javier, at some point in his life, it was dropped because the screw in this corner down here holding the CRT in place was actually unscrewed and all janky and whatever. I had to actually screw the CRT back in place. So I don't know what happened there, but it went all jankified. So there we go. That is the Mystic. So now, what do we get to do with it? Let's take the logic board out of it and do that CPU upgrade, shall we? Let's do that. Special shutdown. And it shuts down instantly. Ah, it's great. This is going to be like, you're going to have the fastest Color Classic on the block, man. So, to do the CPU upgrade, we need to take the logic board out. Okay. We're just going to change angles a little bit so you can kind of see what I'm doing. Can't really get this under the scope. It won't really fit. So we need to take this CPU out and put this CPU in. So, and we're replacing a 33 with a 33, except this is not the LC chip. Now, I don't know how to take this out exactly, so I'm just going to kind of do my own thing here. What I'm going to do is use a pair of tweezers that are really pointy with an angle on them, and just kind of get under the edge and just around it until it comes out. While I do this, I'm going to go ahead and remove the RAM, because it doesn't really need to be there for me to do my thing. Okay. So just kind of very carefully pry under the edge here. There we go. Yep. We just go around it a little bit at a time, not being too forceful. Little bit at a time. Wow, yeah, look at that. I'm actually bending my tweezers. Not the approved tool. Yeah. What is the approved tool? There we go. The CPU is out. I'm going to keep the orientation so I know which way it goes. This goes this way. See, new CPU goes in. I'm going to actually check the pins. I got these from UT Source, which has wacky sources on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds upon hundreds of different discontinued parts. Checking the pins because it didn't feel like it wanted to go into the socket. Feels to me like one of the pins is off, but they look okay. All right. These chips are different. These chips have different pins. And this socket can't take this chip. That sucks! That makes me angry. Yeah. There's a keying pin here. It won't fit in the board. I did research ahead of time and everything to make sure that these chips would work. God, that pisses me off. It's very possible that these are rebadged or some shapoopy. 68040RC33V. Yeah, it should be fine. Not sure. Yep, because there's this one pin here. It won't go in. So XC 68040RC33V. Pin out. I'm just gonna. Wow, that's 68040. Six 68040 pin out. Looking for the pin out. Yep. There are two different versions of the CPU. That's that pin out, and here's this other pin out. So there's the 40 and the LC. Nice. I think what's happened here is I have received a rebadged part from a good source. I went to the good source on purpose. God, that pisses me off. UT source, yes. Time for adaptive technology. Well, I can just like cut the extra pins off and see what happens. I mean, I can't use them, right? According to this, the 68040 should not have this pin out. 68040RC33V. Yep. The pinout is exactly the same except for these 3 pins on the side. Now, if I can find a pinout that matches this actual chip, whatever it is, and then see if I can just cut the pins off. Javier says cut them. Yeah, but then what if it destroys your Mystic board? Because it's actually like, I don't know, a freaking Pentium or something that's been rebadged. Let me double check. I'm just double checking some pinouts here. Stand by. Everybody's like, cut it! Cut it! It's not a 68060, that's for sure. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at, Justin. That is exactly what I'm looking at. And it's not a 30. See, I'll show you. That's what it looks like. It's got those 3 extra pins. 3 extra pins, right? Here, here, and here. Just those 3. The rest of the pins are the same. Packages are 2 different types, 179 or 184. Well, this looks like it's a 184. Just use a hammer. I mean, it'll probably be fine. So here's what we're going to do. Javier, I'm going to sacrifice. Well, I have 2 of these boards. So I'll sacrifice my board that you graciously gave me as payment, so to speak, for this. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So we're going to take Javier's board and chip that we know is fine, and it's going to magically go up here out of the way. I'm going to take my board and test it first to ensure my board functions. There we go. We're going to make sure my board actually works before we do the test. It's there. Keyboard. Scuzzy. Hopefully, the stream will continue. My lights are flickering, maybe because of windstorm stuff. So we'll see, won't we? We sure will. That's that. I need to power up the box. Power. We need to put you back so you can see what's going on. Here we are. Power switch. Power switch. My board works. Good. So this is a 68040. pin out. $184. Doobie doobie doo. Sorry about that screen flicker there. An error occurred. Bus error. Well, I'm not too worried about a bus error. Are you sure those pins need to connect, or maybe you don't need to cut? One of the pins is actually blocked by the shape of the socket itself. There's not a hole there. There's just solid plastic, so it won't go in. Bus error. I think your SCSI 2SD has issues, Javier. I spent most of the day today trying to get your SCSI 2SD to take an OS, and it was doing weird crap like this, and I thought it was my SCSI 2SD, but it might not be. I don't know. I never really, I thought I'd solved that problem, but apparently no. It might be a rebadge 6860. Okay. The pinout for the 6860 it's not the same either. The 6860 doesn't match this chip either. Why they would rebadge a 6860 as a 6840, I have no idea. It's definitely not a 6820 or 6830. People have made adapters to plug into it. So you could put a 6860 and a 6840 board. Yeah, I mean, I've got a blue SCSI as well, Javier, that I can use. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, Justin, I thought it might have been a 68062 or as well. Was there a 68070 or above? No. That was kind of the end of the line for the 68K series. Yeah, I'm not finding anything about the 68040, anything about these pins on a 68040. Nothing. Okay. Well, Javier, you're not getting that upgrade. And I'm not willing, honestly, I'm not willing to test it. Just shut off. For reasons. So we're going to take my board out. I'm going to put your board back in with your chip back in it, but that's okay. That's how it be. Okay. I'm sorry. 68040 is 184, yeah. Plug in a Z80. Yeah. So this goes this way. Correct? Yes. Go in the socket. Go in the socket. Go in the socket. Your chip doesn't want to go back in the socket. I'm just taking back out to make sure I didn't bend a pen or something stupid. right, fine. Orient it the same way. Yep. Let's try this again. Put this side in first. Gosh, these things are just tough as nails to get in there. There we go. Well, at least you know your CPU will never come out on its own accidentally. There we go. Okay. Shall we put in your video upgrade? Adam McGee! How you doing? We got the wonderful, awesome video RAM upgrade from Silicon Insider in beautiful purple. Adam, you missed it. We almost caught a machine on fire, but decided against it because I don't have a fire extinguisher in my shop. I need to get one. Probably a good idea. Probably. All right, Javier. All right, buddy. Let's see what we can do to get you to 100%, or as close to 100 as we can get it. Okay. Oh, you're in my way. Stop being in my way. Go away, wires. Be not in my way. And all you can see is my arm. I'm sorry. Okay. Boards are in place. Scuzzy. Do it. Do it. Is in place. Yep. Scuzzy 2SD is here. Keyboard in place. Power switch. Adam McGee, welcome back. Thank you for the reference there, Justin Morgan. I appreciate that. So let's grab that link and see what happens. I want to take a look at it. Porto V. What's the difference? Appendix C. Look at that. Booting up. Likes your board, Javier. Doesn't like mine. Stop flickering. Can you stop flickering? Can you, like, stop flickering? Can you stop it? Can you adjust properly and stop flickering? There you go. Thank you. Hey, good dang time that thing, man. So apparently my board is bad. Probably a good call not to clip the pins and try. Yeah. It's a factor of, like, can we compare them and see what the difference is and all of that stuff. Yep, here's the pinouts. It's the LC, the EC, the V. I'm just looking at the differences. Whether they're like required pins. This makes it less expensive and draws less power. Cool. Brightness up so we can see it. We're going to go to control panels and go to monitor. Monitors. What colors are we? We can go to thousands. Look at that. Yeah, baby. Fast, fast, fast. I'm going to shut this down. And now we can actually finally put the machine back together. Let's do it. Let's put your machine all the way back together, Javier. How's that sound? First off, I need to get this diagnostic SCSI cable out of here that I had dangling out the back. This thing right here. Yep, that's removed. This goes with my SE board, SE machine over here. Just live there. Live. Thank you. Okay. So now the machine goes back together with the SCSI 2 SD kind of just living in here a little bit. Living La Vida Loca. Okay. What are you doing? Don't. This is the pain in the butt part. And now you know why I put that cable in there for testing. Getting this connected is an absolute pain in the butt. No, I am not taking the analog board out. I'm not doing it. It's not going to happen. Don't even say it. Just got to get it aligned correctly, and then I can get it. There we go. Cool. So now that that's in, now we test it with that in it the proper way to make sure it still works, functions as expected. Didn't like that, did it? Didn't like something about something I did. Stand by. Try this. In all the way. In all the way. Yes. Nice. It doesn't like that being inside the machine. What do I do? I'm telling you, this machine has caused me nothing but problems for a month. Javier, I love you to death. I really do. But your color classic is killing me, man. It's just killing me. Yep, speaker's still connected, so that's not a problem. So I'm going to just unplug this entirely, and we're going to completely remove this from the chassis. Just out. Just go away. Just by itself. Machine by itself. No SCSI drives attached at all. None attached. Also making sure in the back I'm not shorted to this chassis underneath or any of that stuff. Huh? It doesn't like the SCSI 2 SD plugged in internally? Huh? What? Javier, buddy, I am this close to sending you this back, and you can figure that part out on your own. You stupid son of a... Not you, Javier, this machine. I'm looking at the pinouts of these two chips just to see if it'll work, because I might just try it on my own. If they're exactly the same without those two things, I'll just do it. Yeah, Javier, you could try a blue SCSI as well. You know, I have a blue SCSI in my LC2 I could yank out too and whatever. Javier, our friendship surpasses any hardware failure. As long as you're not breaking something personally of mine, like my car, yeah, I think we're fine, buddy. Pin T3 is different. Of course, Justin is in the background checking that. T3, T reset, T reset. T3 looks the same. No, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong one. It's a not connect. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a no connect. Yeah. What does T reset do? You know, TR. Oops. What the heck am I doing? Control F. TRST. Test reset. Of the tap controller, whatever the tap controller is. Don't believe that the T reset is actually required, Justin. Reading the reading the data thing here, the data sheet. It's part of the standard test access port and boundary scan architecture. Effectively, yeah. Yeah, those pins aren't required. They're not used, basically. You got the SCSI 2SD because they're no other. Yeah. See, Javier's had this machine for like 3 or 4 years, right? And back then, 3 or 4 years ago, the SCSI 2SD was in a solution. But now we have blue SCSI and raw SCSI and flibble dipple doopy doobie SCSI and we've got SCSI, just yeah, all the things. So let's try my blue SCSI on it internally and see what happens. Why not? Why not? It'll be fun. Asterisk for different values of fun. So my blue SCSI out of here. I only have one at the moment. Stand by. I'm actually looking to see if I got another one laying around here. We've got a raw SCSI that I've never actually assembled, which is an ancient version of it. Yeah, I don't have an extra. Don't have an extra right now, so we'll just use this. So then we've got to get this thing out of the holder doodle, because I actually glued it in, or I screwed it in place. LC down there. We're going to shut this off. I'm going to shut off that way. Shut it off that way. Now we get to futz with this stupid thing again. Screws. Screws. Can you see what I'm doing? Kind of not. Remember to switch the cords. What do you mean? Figure out how we're going to do this. Don't be plugged in, please. Thank you. So this has got to go this way. Yeah. probably needs power. Probably. Where's the power doodle? Yes. This cord? That the cord you're talking about? The power cord? You can do it. You can do it. There we go. Here's the trick, is getting this freaking thing connected. It's like how occur, how make happen go. Make more go. Make exist happen occur go. I'm grumpy. Hi, my name is Joe, and I'm a grumpus. There you go. Yeah, pins are slightly different. Well, that's what I get for ordering the wrong freaking part. The part isn't bad, it's just different. It's not the simply not the right part. I'm about ready to just remove the analog board. Doobie 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 doo. Okay. Oh, you can't really see what I'm doing. It's all right. I know what I'm doing. That's discharged. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Need my black stick. This goes in here like this. That comes off. This comes off. This disconnects. This comes off. And the speaker. Hello, speaker cable. Speaker cable disconnects. Analog board comes out. Oops. Got the ground tag. Ground tag. Hello, ground tag. You can do it. Disconnect or I will cut you off. Okay, there we go. Nifty little thing I learned today. Connect the analog, the anode cup to the ground point because this thing will recharge itself sitting there. Apparently, that's a thing it does. Do you have the SCSI 2 SD card set up with the correct SD card? Yes. This is the same SCSI 2 SD card that we booted the first time to this on this stream, except I had connected it to the rear panel with this thing. I connected it with that just directly here. All I'm trying to do is just take this exact same configuration and install it physically inside the machine. That's it. That's it. And it's being stupid. It's not doing things. It's being dumb. We're not doing that. We're doing the blue SCSI. Blue SCSI is in place. Just live there. Live there. Now this goes back in. I know my blue SCSI will work because it has the right version of the operating system on it. And it boots a machine with a 68030, so it should be just fine. That's in. Now we replug all the pluggy plugs back in. anode cap, ground clip, whatever that is, microphone connector, neck board, and speaker. Right? Right. Okay. You turn this way. Switch is off. Power is in. All right. Let's cause some smoke. That didn't do anything, so that's good. Nope. Dead. It doesn't turn on. Like it tries, but doesn't turn on with anything internal on the SCSI port. Okay. So it looks like, Javier, I still got a little bit of work to do on your chassis, but that's okay. Bad SCSI fuse or power to SCSI 2 SD card. Yeah. Maybe the internal SCSI has a bad trace to the IDC50. Yeah. Basically, effectively, yeah. The internal SCSI port's got some sort of short or problem with it. This, to recap all the problems that this chassis has had, let me bring up my list of things. Not that list. This list. So, chassis had bad capacitors, replaced that. After I replaced that, I found that either I or Javier or somebody before Javier, I don't know who, removed solder from some resistors on the analog board. Fixed those. Found cracked solder joints. Fixed those. The potentiometers were all dirty. I fixed those. And then the potentiometers were all misset. So I fixed those. Then I found that the edge connector at the front here that connects the analog board to the chassis is screwed up. Fixed that. If you look very closely on my last stream as well, I found that the front edge connector here for the logic board, on the logic board, on Javier's logic board, it actually ate one of the pins and flipped it out, but it was only a ground pin, and it was one of like 50 on that connector. So it was probably has no effect on anything, but it's also possible that the lower connector here is bad too, but whatever. And I had faulty video signal caused by the wire on the analog board that goes from the front of the analog board to the back of the analog board to send the actual RGB signals out to the neck. I had to actually bodge in a connection there, and then all these SCSI to SD problems. Yeah. Anyway, so everybody's like, everybody here in the chat, maybe we can make these chips work in this board. I probably could. I could probably spin my own adapter for it, but like, why would I do that? If the pins should be like held in a specific state and not float or something like that, I have 30 gauge Kynar wire. I can like do some very, very fine, low, small pitch soldering on those pins, cut them off and like solder to the nubs and stuff like that to probably make it work. I'm not going to worry about it. So whatever. That said, technically speaking, Javier, technically speaking, your color classic is done. I'll have to spend the rest of the weekend figuring out what the heck's going on with the silly connector doodle, but whatever. I should take that computer to a witch doctor to get cleansed. A little Santorini magic. Yeah. Yep. So let's do this thing. Let's see if we can play around with this to make it work. Why not? I mean, we're here tonight. We're just hanging out. The stream's only been going for an hour and 15. An hour and 30. So might as well just keep futzing around with it till we get it to work, right? Right? Right. Why not? So let's take this apart again. So this time, I have to think about it for a second. Give me a moment. We know it's not shorted. Let's see. Let's disconnect the power from the Blue SCSI in case I'm getting conflicting power. I doubt that's going to have any effect on anything. You ready, guys? You ready? You ready for it? You see that? You see that crap? You see it? I think we solved the problem. Now I got to fix it. Jiminy Christmas. Javier, your board is going to kill me. It's every step of the way. This is the, okay, here's what we call this. If Sean is in the chat, I'm going to steal his idea. This is the cursed mystic. It's cursed. It does not want to, it doesn't want to live. It does not want to live. Let's see if we can fix this pin. There. Ew, man. The tweezers are all bent up. Very, very carefully bend this pin back into shape. I have a special pair of pliers to flatten things out. I know I'm quiet here. I'm just focusing. Just getting the bend back to this edge. Cool. Just waiting for a dog to pass by and piss on it. Uh-huh. So somebody asked super glue, and I'm like, super glue? Just tiny little bit. A little dab will do ya. Little yabba dabba doo will do ya. And I actually have something I can press down on it with. Stand by. Hold it in place while that cures. So what we need to do is make sure I don't have any pins on the other side screwed up. No, I don't. So we put a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. Tiny, tiny bit. Hello, super glue. Are you going to come out of the thing? I know you're in there. Okay, apparently that's my empty bottle. Stand by. Haha. And in the trash you go. Second bottle. Why does Javier do this to Joe? I'm a glutton for punishment. There you go. So we're going to take just a tiny, itty bitty bit of this. Just a little bit. Not a lot. I'm just going to go right under the edge of that. Like that. We put this down on that. And then I clamp this down in place on that so it doesn't go anywhere. And that sits. It sits there for a good long time. And again. And so I have that. Basically, I've got a little piece of dowel stuck against that so that I don't super glue my tool to the board if that happens. And also the dowel is nice and soft. If I can scrape it away to get it off there, I can do that. So we're going to set this board to the side because I'm going to go get my board back, which is right here. And we'll see if my board works. Again, see if my board works with the internal SCSI. And if it does, then we know that this is the solution to that problem. Oh, my giddy aunt! So many issues. Parts all over the place. This goes to this machine. You go over here. This screwdriver goes to there. Sorry, I'm doing my little cleaning habit. Stand by. This goes here. Technically, yeah, that'll go there. I'm missing a screw there, but I'll find it eventually. Cool. So now let's do this. I'm checking the inside of this machine just to make absolutely certain it's not funky. I mean, the socket in here looks perfectly fine. It doesn't look like it has any problems. Okay. Here's my machine. Might as well do my video upgrade while I'm at it. I had a Dilbert comic up on my monitor at work because it perfectly describes everything that happens to me at work. And basically, it was a guy comes into Dilbert's office. He's an engineer or whatever. He's like, I've been unable to solve this engineering problem. It might be completely impossible. And then Dilbert responds, turn it 90-degree clockwise and it'll fit perfectly. Put that in the wrong order. Goes this one first. Then this one. Now I won't have the RAM upgrade in here because I don't have RAM to put in this, but that's fine. Okay. Now we know the problem is not the blue SCSI. We know the problem is something else. So let's get the blue SCSI out. Put the SCSI 2 SD back in here. Do. Oh, disconnected. 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 You can do it. You can do it. Disconnected. 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 Analog board. Out. All right. Go over here. If you don't look, the problem goes away. Okay, blue SCSI out. Your SCSI 2SD in. Yep, like so. Okay, cool beans. Analog board back in. Have to run. Thanks for the stream. Chat soon. Yeah! See you, Rudy. Thank you for stopping by, sir. Lemon Herb. Herb, how you doing? I haven't seen you in so long. I haven't seen you in person since 2019, man. That is in place. Plug all the pluggy things back in. This is out of the way. Speaker. Unground the cap. Cap on. Ground. Nub. So now we very carefully put this in here. Super, super carefully. Insanely carefully. Okay. Now we see if this works. Bus error. I'll give you a bus error. Cool. So we know that at the very least, that shorted pin was a problem. Yeah, Javier, next time I see you in person at Kansas Fest, you and I are going to have a little Slat Fest, and Herb has to record it. There you go. Bus error. Well, that's just my board being dumb. That's fine. We can deal with that. Okay. See, Javier, I made sure that of those two 575 boards, I gave you the better board. Okay. Oh wait, it's also possible I didn't do the mod to my LC board. So it may be giving me that error because I haven't actually done the 575 mod or the Mystic mod. I'm surprised the machine actually turned on and did anything. So let's mod my board real quick, doodles. It's easy enough to do. So there we go. Where are those instructions again? I just need to find them real quick. Take off 116 and move it to 109. Got it. So let's do that. Is it anything like VCF? Oh, it is a completely different thing. K-Fest. So Adam McGee is asking, when is K-Fest? It's in July, usually late July. Is it anything like VCF? So it's like beyond VCF. So imagine VCF, but focused specifically on Apple IIs and Apple II related, like the Apple III is kind of sort of allowed. And there are some little side sections that go a little bit beyond the Apple II, but it's all about the Apple II. And it's basically a week long. It's like 4 or 5 days long. So basically it's like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that. And basically 100 to 200-ish Apple II freaks, we all get together and hang out at Rockhurst University in the dorm. We basically get a whole frigging dorm building to ourselves. And there are talks and guest speakers like Steve Wozniak or Jordan Mechner, or Mark Pelzinski, or, just Apple II people. And it's just craziness. You also get to meet, like, not necessarily Apple II celebrities, but celebrities in general. Quinn Dunkey usually comes by. Ken Gagney usually stops by. Paul of the Retro Computing Roundtable stops by. Kay Savitz, the Atari historian, stops by. You got Jason Scott of the Internet Archive, hangs out in the lobby and archives discs all week. It's nuts. It's absolutely crazy. We have food and games and camaraderie, and it's basically a chance to just get the heck out and hang out with your fellow Apple II friends. So it's really cool. So let's change to that so you guys can see what I'm doing. Jason Scott. Did I say his name wrong? So I need to remove this resistor. It's not a resistor. It's actually, technically speaking, a wire link. But we're going to add a little bit of extra solder to it. A little bit extra, just so it's nice and juicy solder. Haha! My trick worked that time. Okay. Ow, that's still hot. Wow! Solder will take your fingerprints. I have a piece of solder here with fingerprints on it. You want to see it? It's going to be really cool. I have to find my... You got to look at this. This is cool. See my fingerprint in it? So this goes to 09. Right there. After I do something with this nasty solder. Solder wick. Solder wick. Need to get rid of some of this excess goo. Just clean up the pads a little bit, just so they're not causing me any problems. Just a little bit off the top. Okay. This wire link goes in here. In theory. There we go. I did that without flux. You could call that skill or craziness. Whichever you want to call it, I suppose. I should leave well enough alone. It's in there. I'm trying to adjust it, and it's just being stupid. Just leave it alone, Joe. There we go. It's in there. Prego, it's in there. I'm channeling Canadian Computer Collector. Now, he loves his pop culture references. He was streaming earlier today, inventorying his Macs. Okay, so let's see if this works. Use 3 meters of wick in the last week. Yeah, man. I know the feeling. Go there. So let's get this plugged in here. Okay, very, very carefully. I'm going to actually do something. Stand by. I have an idea. I'm going to go ahead and put this RAM in here. That bus error can be because it doesn't have enough RAM to boot up. Javier, don't forget, your RAM is in my board. Now you can tell I'm paranoid about putting these boards in here. Okay. All right. Ding! See what happens. Let's see what happens. Again, thank you all for stopping by tonight. I'm not ending the stream. I'm just thanking you for being here. I have no video. There it is. Takes a while. Again, thank you all for stopping by. If you like the video, the stream so far tonight, hit the like button. If you hate it, hit the dislike button. I don't care. Hit one of the buttons. There you go. Stop flickering. Stop flickering. Can you lock onto that, please? Stop it. Stop it. Stop flickering. Stop it. Whatever. Stop it. Stop flickering. Again, thank you all for stopping by. Clock is missing. Yep. So that problem was just that bad pin. Javier, you're 100%, buddy. Once I get your board fixed, there you go. We can get this shipped back to you, and you will have a nice, happy, wonderful, well-rounded Mystic. Gosh, that's fast. That is insanely fast. Now, Herb, since you're an Apple II guy, Javier, you're also an Apple II guy. Yeah, that screen's up too bright for this board, but that's fine. Will my Apple II eCard work in this machine? Will it work? I don't know. So, to recap where we've been. Stream number 3. After 3 attempts and 2 weeks of work off stream, we've got a fully upgraded Color Classic with the Mystic upgrade. Maybe if I get this camera a little bit closer, it'll stop the flicker. Will you stop it? There you go. It locked on. Mostly. And that's it. So basically, Javier, you have effectively the most powerful portable Apple II you can get, short of an Apple IIc Plus. The upside is because this is a Mac, you also got Mac stuff. So it's just this nifty little Apple II if you've got an Apple II card. I have an Apple II card, and I'm going to give you one guess where my Apple II card is going to go. Sorry, my thumb hurts because I burn it and put fingerprints in solder. Ow. Anyway, so let's actually put the whole thing back together, shall we? This is what we originally intended to do, isn't it? We originally intended here at the end, I'm not ending the stream yet, to put all the stuff back together. So let's go ahead and shut it down. We're going to get your chassis, Javier, and we're going to put the screws in it. So there we are. bench shot. Power switch off, unplugged. Unplugged. At this point, Javier, I'll probably just give you this this logic board, if that's okay with you, even though it's the nastier one. It's in here and it works, and it doesn't have a bent pin on it. So, what else? So let's go ahead and get the chassis, the chassis, as is said. Dr. Dave's Diversions, how you doing? Welcome. Pre-built 2E PDS image for Blue Scuzzy on the GitHub. Freaking awesome. Adam McGee, I have too many Apple IIs. Yes, you do. Yep. So let's get this put back together. So we take this and we put it on its face. Like that. And we take this and it slides over top. You guys can't see what I'm doing. Kind of like this. Just like that. And we put screws in it, which I have right here. Need my Mac cracker for that. Mac cracker. Okay, so two in the bottom. Now, Javier, you might want to see if you can find replacement screws for this part of the chassis, because that back panel will only stay in. The 3D printed one will only stay in with screws, because it's impossible to print the clips to hold it in place, so you need screws to hold it in place. I might have some that fit, and if I do, I'll just give you a couple. How's that sound? Does that sound good? Cool. There we go. Assembled in one piece. Oh. So what kind of screws hold this in place? Let's find out. I bet you they're these. Dollars to donuts. They're standard fine threads. They are. Haha, you guys get to see this now. This is the cool thing. 3D printed backplate. Clips in place on the bottom. Right. Couple screws. As long as the screws are long enough to fit in there. Need to find another one that's nice and long. Hello, screws. I need a long one, please. Thank you. I don't like that one. I like that one. And there you are. Yeah, baby. Awesome sauce. This is what it looks like. This is a test print I did. This is what it looks like from the inside. It's got the little clippies here to hold it in place on the bottom. It's got retention screw spots at the top. Hold it in. And of course, it doesn't have the clips because it's impossible to 3D print the clips. Now, cool thing about this is that everybody out there is saying that the color of the Platinum Max is Pantone 421. This is Pantone 421, and as you can see, that's not the same friggin' color, right? So I've done a lot of color matching, and I found that Pantone 400C is a lot closer match, guys. That's nearly perfect. On top of that, I got a color sensor. I did several averages over several different pieces and parts and got a what you might call an average platinum color from multiple different ranges, even going so far as taking my own speaker and sanding it to get the color. And I now have inbound to my house, to my shop, properly colored filament. So in the future, I'll be able to print these and it will be an exact or nearly exact color match. Nearly exact. So it'll be really cool. Once I get that, I can test print it. If it works, then I'll be able to tell everybody the exact color code it is. I am holding on to that color code, not out of some sort of proprietariness to say, oh, well, it's just, I found the color code. No, I'm preserving it so people don't go off with that color code before I've tested it and say, it's this color, Joe found the color. Well, I'll let you know what that color is once I actually figure out what it is, once I confirm that color. So now we have this all back together in one piece. Let's test it one last time, fully assembled, shall we? Fully assembled is the important part. Print it in brown and let Javier retrograde it. It's funny you say that because I've got brown, baby. I can do that. There we are. Sweet. Now this monitor looks like it needs a little bit of adjustment based on this board. This board, it looks like the signal it puts out is a little hot. So let's adjust that a little bit. Looks like it's just hot. I have to take the back panel off of it. The back panel I just installed. It's fine. It's fine. Of course, you can't. It's washed out at the edge here. The pots need to be turned down a little bit. Not too worried about that. Javier can also adjust that as he likes. But I'm going to go ahead and do it because I need to fill air, and it's Saturday, and I'm having fun. I'm having too much fun. Too much. Having too much fun for not having any alcohol in me. Take this apart. That comes out, and then I got to take the whole back panel off of it again to adjust that color. I have to take the shell off of it. The shell. Ghost in the machine. Okay. 21 people watching tonight. That's cool. I think that's some sort of record for me. My average is usually about 16 or 17 concurrent, but that's okay. I'll take any number because I love all of you. All my friends. Now's a good time to talk about mental health a little bit. Before I decided to actually deal with my social anxiety and talk to people about it and get medicated for it, I never would have done stuff like this. I never would have hung out with people. I would have stayed in my own little bubble and not shared any of this cool stuff that I'm doing. But now, because I decided that I was tired of feeling like crap and I was going to do something about it, I did something about it. And now everything's hunky-dory. So, if you have problems, talk to people, okay? Talk to people, talk to your doctor, talk to your family, and if necessary, get therapy or medication for it and make your life better because you deserve it. Because whatever that problem is that you're having, it's lying to you. Its entire purpose is to lie to you and make your life crap. And you don't owe it anything. Turn this back on so we can adjust this. I was printing on the Apple Dot Matrix printer and one of the kids walked by and asked if I stole it from the DMV. I love it. I love it. That's great. Thanks, Doc. You're welcome, Cody. Anytime. So now we can adjust the doodle of the pots. So I'm going to start by just turning the screen down a little bit. No effect there. Blue might be a little high. The blue screen, which is this one. Not really. Blue proper. Nope, it's not blue proper. Is it green? Might just be the actual. Yeah, it's not green. It's actually the primary G2 voltage over here on the side. It's just too bright. I'm going to be in your way. I stand by. Sorry about that. I have to kind of be right here to adjust this. There we go. Almost got it. Cool. Okay. Means then we can adjust the screen up to compensate for that being too low. There we are. Mainly the signal's just too hot. There we are. That looks pretty good to me. Yeah, that looks good. Yep. Okay, it looks a little too red, so I'm going to compensate by twisting the blue. No, I don't like that. There we go. Cool. See you, Frederick. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I appreciate it greatly. So we got your colors adjusted here, Javier. Okay. There we are. All adjusted, doodled, and a proper good. Out this Macintosh. Instantly open. I love it. I love it. You have no idea how friggin' cool that is. No idea at all. Special shutdown. Cool. Let's reassemble it again for the 15,000th time. You have no idea how many times I put this machine together and apart, together and apart, together and apart to get it working. Hundreds of thousands. You need to rotate that yoke. Yes, Dave, I'm aware of that. I mentioned that earlier. I loosened the yoke screw and tried to move it, and it is just stuck the heck on there. I think it got messed up way earlier in its life, and it has re-glued itself to the yoke or to the tube. So I'm not going to do that. If Javier wants to do that and take the risk of necking his CRT, he can do that. It is not off by enough for me to justify trying to really go at it. I was putting a pretty severe amount of torsion on the yoke, trying to adjust that, and it just would not frigging move. I was prying up under here with plastic sticks and stuff to try, and I couldn't get it to move. Couldn't get it. So, yeah. Do. Putting it back together, hopefully for the last time. Chain printer, is that like a line printer? The old school where it like literally prints a line of text at a time? I have several clients in public municipalities, and they use those for printing checks and all types of logs from their servers and stuff like that because of weird rules. Those printers are crazy too. They actually have little those line printers. They have warnings on the side of it. It's like, printer is loud. Please use hearing protection if you are within 20 feet of the printer. And then I'm in the server room doing work, and then something prints out, and it's like, eh. Okay. Screwdriver. The back plate is in place. Like a champ. Like a champ. Yeah, baby. Chuffed, I think, is the technical term. Cool. Tractor feed paper, yeah. Absolutely. I have 2 boxes of it right up here. What drive is in there, Blue Scuzzy? Adam McGee. Yes, sorry, I missed your comment there. The drive that's in this is a SCSI 2 SD 5.5. 5.1? 5.5? It's a 5 series. It came to me with that in it. Yay! Cut sheet feeder. Yes, John, I would love to have one of those for my image writer. You're cooking it in the right time. Well, it might be because there's no battery in it. Aha. doink, doink, doink. Whoop. Whoop. It's so fast. Man, it's like lightning. Javier, you're done, buddy. 100%. 100%, buddy. This goes on the completed pile. Right there. Cool. Excellent. What else you want me to work on tonight, guys? Got anything cool in my collection you think that you want to see? Want to play around with an Apple III for a while? Maybe? Maybe. Where's the button? It's time to send more. Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry, Herb. He's already I think he's already contacted me this week asking about something else. Cool stuff in the works. We got this guy right there. This is the memory expansion board for a Franklin 2000, I believe, that somebody in the Franklin community sent to me. It's basically like a RamWorks 3, but in a special form factor for the Franklin computer. And they got a hold of me through Javier. See, Javier gives me all the cool. Javier is the matchmaker. He has put me in contact with more cool people than I could ever imagine. But basically, they sent it to me, and as you can see, those there, I'm taking it apart because it's going to go in the scanner. It's going to get scanned, and it's going to get recreated. So that's a thing. Settings, standby. I'm playing around with my backup settings again because they started off again. My back blaze, just fine, whatever, just good enough. So it takes 41. I don't know what RAM it takes. The gentleman has sent it to me. I asked that he take the RAM out of it so that it would survive my destructive powers. So I don't know. Video adapter, yeah. Do you want to do it? You want to see a live demonstration of the universal RGB adapter for Apple II and Apple III computers? Let's do that. That'll be fun. Yes. So you have a project in mind you can't get your head around. Well, throw your idea in the chat. We'll talk about it. So let's see here. Let's take a look-see at the adapter. I'm still looking for the Z80 soft card Gerber for the Apple IIe. There are a billion of those clones out there. You just go on eBay and you can get one for like $30. They're not, whatever. Oh, that's you, the 26-pin JVC MFM to SD. Yes. So, Mr. Vintage Hillbilly Shack, your email came in under a different name, so I didn't know that was you. So let me look at that. Stand by. Stand by. Reading fail. I'm reading your email. Stand by. Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Vintage Hillbilly Shack is wanting to create a solution to connect the 26-pin JVC MFM drive controller to an SD card, so you could replace those old drive controllers. And apparently there's a solution out there that is His name is Jeremy. He said his name, so then I can tell everybody his name. There's a solution out there for an ISA card that does the same thing. But, of course, this board is not ISA. It's sort of ISA, but it's a small, like 3.5-inch size board that goes inside a laptop or a portable computer of some description. So the trick to that is, how do we reverse engineer that project? If we can reverse engineer that project. Is it a thing that can be done? Is the current project open source so we can just borrow the code, spin our own version of a board, reference back to it, re-release the code, say, hey, it's open source, here's the code we used. And so it's like electrically identical, it's just the physical layout is different. So there's a lot of questions there. In order for me to take on a project like that, Jeremy, I would need all the source material. I would need the machine in question, an actual working MFM drive, possibly for reverse engineering purposes. I would need pinouts and documentation of the machine that we're trying to adapt it to whatever this slot or port or whatever it is. I would need access to the source material, or the source for however they program the thing. The chips they used, all of that stuff, their schematics. Even if I don't have their schematics, if I have source code, we can reverse engineer the board. The problem with all of that is that it's mainly the source code. The source code is the big thing. If the source code is missing, or it's just not there, or whatever it is, I am not a programmer. I'm a hacker of the worst kind. Like, I will throw script solutions at a problem until it just barely works, call it complete, and move on to my next project. So, yeah. The issue is the price. So the solution that they're making, does it fit in your machine? It's a, what was it? It's a Zenith Super Sport. Does it fit inside that? Right. I mean, why are they charging $300 for it? What is this thing? REM, SD, MFM. Replace old floppy and hard drive. Oh yeah, it's a big boy. And that's why, yeah, the reason why they want that is they've designed this for really, really old hardware and yeah, yeah, I get why they're doing that, because it is in effect. Oh, I can even see it now. I'm actually looking at it. The reason this thing is so expensive is because it's a whole computer. It's got a VGA connector on it and a keyboard connector on it. It's a whole computer that is emulating this, so that you can actually like connect to it directly with a console and program the thing. Yeah. Link to the product. So that's why it's so expensive. That, and of course, they're designing it for a specific market of these industrial controllers, old CNC machines, stuff, right? Old machines that are business critical to industries, and the industry would rather pay $300 for this controller than $300 million to retool a factory. So when you look at it that way, that's why it makes sense that way. And tech info, testimonials, download. Yeah. User manual. Our user manual is on Dropbox. No. They're in Canada. No problem with that. Emulates ST506s and 412s. The JVC. The other reason why it's so, they were selling it at cost. Yeah. They're not selling that at cost. They might be selling it at cost right now due to the chip shortage. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you look at it too, the board of this thing, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 6 different connector types on it. Yeah. It's, yeah. Nutty. So, yeah, no, I'm not saying much right now. I'm reading the it has a built-in host reset function. It has a function for the TI-99/4A to work to connect it to a cartridge port for host reset. There's a reason this thing is this expensive. I get it. I understand why it is. Yeah. And they don't want to give away that secret sauce because they've cornered the market. Yep, Adam McGee. Like the 9-inch CRT replacements for industrial equipment that are an LCD with a weird interface for $800 because companies want to drop in a replacement and they are willing to pay. Yep. Yeah, the bird's eye view. Yeah, I get that. They have some cool pinouts and stuff. It really is. It's all about the software. Tom Barber, how you doing? We already did the thing. You missed it. It's already off the bench. It's not here anymore. We're talking about MFM drive emulators now. We're just kind of hanging out. It's fine, Tom. You can catch up on the stream later. Catch it tomorrow sometime and watch the whole process if you like. It's no problem. Shugart 50 pins, Osborne floppies, Next floppies. Hell, if it supports a Next floppy, that means technically speaking it supports a Mac floppy. Because of the same thing. No, they're not. I take that back. No, they're not. Next floppies are 34 pin. Interesting. I thought they were the same as the Mac. Apparently not. Learn something every day. Yeah. I'm just looking. Doesn't matter. Yeah. What's the secret to a healthy marriage while vintage computer collecting? That's a good question. Step one is to ensure your spouse has an equally enthralling hobby. Step two would be to simply not overdo it and let the hobby take too much of your time. That's when, I mean, if you brass tacks, I have plenty of actual space in this house to expand this museum quite a bit more, but I'm keeping it to the 16 foot by 16 foot space for, how can we say, domestic tranquility purposes. Because some things are more important than these toys. Have a detached garage, yes. You see, and that's the thing, you know, the space is, it's like, you know. Sinister Pisces. Javier, what we're gonna do is we're gonna send you little 3D printed feet to tilt your entire Mac to the one side so that you don't have to worry about the CRT being tilted. Willing to trade a 5-month-old baby for offers? No. Nope. Nope. So yeah. You're trying to figure out the easiest way to connect a CGA output to something I own. Okay, well, what are you doing? CGA output coming out of, I don't know, an IBM or something. What are you trying to hook it into? That's the real question. It's actually incredibly easy to convert CGA to analog if you know how to do it. CGA is just a 5-volt TTL signal with an extra ground line and a two sync lines, a horizontal and vertical sync. So on the horizontal and vertical sync, you combine those with an XOR chip, an 74LS86, to get your combined sync for your RGB composite monitor or RGB component monitor. And then what you would need to do is create a digital to analog resistor ladder, effectively, that takes in the red, the green, and the blue signals for each bit pattern. You just write it down on a sheet of paper to figure out what those patterns will be. And then you use a resistor divider ladder to get the voltages for different colors to be at the right voltage levels to combine to your final colors. And then you just shoot that out to the monitor. I say it's easy. I mean, you give me like a month, I could probably come up with something. CGA output from an XT class computer to some capture device and VGA would be good. So would component video. The Gonbez 8220, I think, can actually convert CGA if you connect it up correctly. Yeah. So anyway, let's show off this RGB thing. We have Adam McG in the chat. Thank you, Adam, who actually helped me confirm that this adapter works on Apple IIs as well. So, John Meltz, bye. See you, dude. I need to get the Apple II out of the way. And get this here. Actually, the Apple II isn't really in the way, but whatever. Camera, so you can see what I do. Actually, we can leave that there. It's my test bench. So let's get the adapter doodle. My adapter doodle is here on the back of the machine. Of course it is. So we're going to turn on this monitor. This is VGA. Turn on the CGA monitor. Turn on the F3 power switch. Soft card not found. I have the wrong disk image in here. I need that. There you go. I'm in the wrong camera. You can't even see what I'm doing. Can't even see it. There you go. This is VGA. This is VGA coming out of an Apple III using my universal adapter. And what this universal adapter is it actually converts the XRGB, as it's called, that comes out of an Apple III or the Apple IIe with the Video 7 card. They have the same format, into several different formats that can actually be sent to other monitors. After this, I then have that signal, since it's effectively an Apple II GS output, I have that going into a GOMBES 8220 that then shoots directly to this VGA monitor. So, yeah, kind of crazy. It also does CGA. For example, let me grab my CGA connector, plug that in. CGA. This is a Tandy CGA monitor connected to an Apple III. So let's do the video test. So you can see the pretty colors. Once for all, that a computer I never shipped with a feature that is much tighter than a computer magazine. The excess color shown do ship with a speech synth chip. I can't find the speech synth chip. Silk screen lies, unfortunately. Yeah. Packer had to convert the digital signal to analog and then use the GOMBES. Yeah, going from digital to digital. Actually, going from digital to digital is easy. That's what this does. That's how this works. The output of this is digital and the input of this is digital. All you have to do is run it through a ROM. You run the digital, your digital inputs into, or your digital bit patterns into the ROM, and then map them to whatever outputs the other monitor is expecting to be those colors. And that's all that does. The digital is actually easier as long as it's the same refresh rate of about 15 kilohertz. The analog is pickier. You need to actually have a what the heck is that thing called? A resistor ladder. You have to take your digital and then convert it to voltage levels via a series of ladders, and then drop the voltage down to a 1 volt max peak, then send that out. Stand by. I'm doing a little bit of housekeeping so I don't lose these little bits. I don't want to lose these little keyboardy bits. There we go. Color mode. This is what the color is actually supposed to look like. This is your CGA color, and of course it's a little bit off. It's not quite exactly correct, but CGA's palette, and same thing there. CGA's palette is hard. It has a hard set palette. It's an exact palette. It's not variable. With this, with the analog, you're able to actually tune the resistor values to get the exact color you want, as Apple expected it to be, which is what this is. The yellow is a little bit orangey and pale. The dark green is kind of a teal color. But CGA's palette is set. It is exactly what it is. So I can send CGA whatever I want, but it has to be just a 5-volt hard signal. So super high res mode. Yep. So you can see what these colors are really supposed to be. It's brown, but here it's like red, and there's some compromises I had to make on the CGA color mapping. Yeah. So there you go. That's pretty telling right there. You know, this is really what it's supposed to be like. But this is your CGA color map, and I had to match the colors as close as I possibly could. It's not perfect, but it works. Text mode, Here's my favorite test right there. Shows all the colors in these nice little squares. Ah. Wait, what, Auto white balance. There you go. Pretty perfect, beautiful colors. Yes. Yes. How does Joe's converter compare to the RGB to HDMI? Well, that's a good question. What does the RGB to HDMI do? Because I don't know what this is. What does that converter do? Where is it? Where can I look at it? Because my adapter does a very specific thing. Yeah, so it converts the digital RGB video signal from the BBC Micro or Electron to HDMI compatible with most TV monitors. Yes. So it's different. Adam McGee, I see your question about the colors. I will address that in a moment. So the color, I'm going to zoom in again. Okay, so there's your color palette, right? What my adapter is doing, it does three things. One, it takes the NTSC color signal on the Apple III and passes it straight through. Because if you didn't know, the Apple III has plain old composite color video coming out of the video plug on the back, the 15-pin video plug. It's there. It exists. It is extant. But it's not, how can I put it? It's not easily accessible. You have to create an adapter board. Well, my board does that. Number two, it converts the video coming out of the Apple III to CGA. Right? Did you post a link or something? Stand by. If you posted a link, I have to, well, if Justin is there, he can approve it as well. Is that a Discord thing? Okay, well, that's, yeah, general Discord, never mind. Anyway. So, CJ, whatever. What it also does is it, by default, takes the video, runs the digital RGB video through a resistor ladder and an emitter follower bloody blue, basically, that super stabilizes the signal, and sends that out as in a 1 volt peak-to-peak analog RGB signal. That analog it's 15 kilohertz sync rate, all of that. That RGB signal is compatible with just about any RGB 15 kilohertz monitor that exists. Now, I designed it to where you can literally plug it straight in to a Apple II GS monitor, and it'll just work, just to keep it in the family, so to speak. However, you could throw that with a small little adapter cable. You could throw that at a Commodore 1084 monitor from an Amiga. You could throw that at an Atari ST, 520 ST monitor, whatever the monitor name is. I don't know what it's called, but any 15 kilohertz RGB monitor, you could throw that at, and it will just work. It'll just function. It's specifically designed for the actual bit pattern that comes out of the Apple III and converts it. As Adam McGee is saying, the RGB to HDMI has to be soldered all kinds of spots all over an Apple board and only does the HDMI out. So that's, first off, it requires all that modification. It's not plug and play. You got to do all that stuff to make it work. Number two, it's HDMI only. Which HDMI is now the modern thing, but I think VGA is a little more flexible, because then you can use, once you, or I should say, analog RGB is a little bit more flexible, because then you can use literally whatever conversion you want. A RetroTink 5X will probably work with it. The GONBEZ obviously does, because it's doing it right here. That's coming out of a GONBEZ. So any of those scanline doublers that most people happen to just have laying around will then work, and you can throw any monitor you want at it. And even here, like Adam says, that he confirmed that my adapter works to drive an analog RGB Taxan CRT as well. So it effectively allows you to use it on just about any RGB monitor you might have in your collection for whatever purpose. A lot of people just have something laying around. It's like, I want color on my Apple II or on my Apple III. Hey, you got it. You just gotta, yeah. So, yeah, Thomas Armstrong. Justin is also an admin. So if you post the link there, you can do that. I could probably also make you an admin. I think I can. I don't know. Thomas, you are now a moderator. So if you post a link in the chat, it'll just show up. Don't post spam. I will destroy you. So yeah. So it just works. It just works. Yeah, I got a Sony Medical LCD with 15 kilohertz analog RGB BNC input. I used a Mac video cable for that. Same monitor, works on a 2GS directly. So yeah, like it works, right? It's designed to work with this setup, if that makes sense. No fuss, no muss. If anybody is interested in one of those, I can give you a Linkadoodle to get one. If you happen to have an Apple III and want one, you can get it right there. And they're really inexpensive too. It's like $34 and it's done. So yeah. Anyway. What is this? What's this? What is your link, Thomas? I'm really interested. I'm going to look at that. Ah, it's a VGA. Ah, okay. It's a VGA card for the IBM PC XT. Got it. Cool. Awesome. I like it. I like it. Yes, Apple IIIs, and that's the trick, is that the Apple III is, here's the thing, is that because the Apple III had such sucky support from Apple, here, switch key, because it had such, can you focus, please? Thank you. Because the Apple III had such sucky support from Apple, and it was like, nobody made any software for it or anything. And it was like a $10,000 friggin' machine. Nobody had anything for it. Nobody bought them anything. And so there's just no love out there for the Apple III because the market is so small, even today, for vintage collectors. Well, I'm trying to change that, right? I'm trying to make little affordable doodle-doos to help the Apple III be more approachable. That's also, part of the reason why I'm cloning the Titan board set for the Apple III. So the Apple III will be basically an Apple II. So even if you get an Apple III to have it in your collection and you want to use it as an Apple II, an Apple IIe, well, there you go. You can get that board set and do the thing, right? So... Apple III is the Apple II, as least as a Macintosh. That is exactly correct. It is exactly correct. Two vintage 8-bit ISA VGA cards. Yeah. I got one of those too. I got exactly one of those cards. It's in Frankenstein, 3D Frankie, as they call him, old 386 board. Two HDMI cards for an Apple II and GS. Are those the Vid HD cards? Is that what that is? Vid HD is an interesting project. I will leave it at that. Where's the link to buy an Apple III? Yeah, I know, right? See, I have 2 Apple IIIs. And I'm not trying to say that to flex or anything like that. But I have the 2 because one is a 5-volt and one is a 12-volt. And I like to have the 2 different models for testing. This is the 5-volt unit right here, and it's all, as you can see, it's this is the Apple III that here on this piece of board. It's all stripped down so I can get to it. I have this other thing sitting on top of it so I can set other machines on top of it while I'm working, so I can have a little kind of a test stand over here. But I like to have both so that I can, if I need to test, diagnose, do this, do that, blah, 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 I've got 2 different units. Where do you find them? I don't know. eBay, Fleabay, EvilBay. An Apple III would look nice next to you, Lisa. Yes, it would. I got the opportunity. Oh, this is great. I need to put out a video of this. I went on vacation in October, early October, 2 months ago. And I went to the System Source Computer Museum in Hunt Valley, Maryland. Really cool place. And they had a Lisa on display, fully functional. And most of their hardware there is fully functional. And you can just go up to it, and they're like, as long as the docent is there, you can just go up to them and they're like, okay, turn it on, have fun. Flip the switch, and you're allowed to play with it. I got to actually touch a Lisa. First time and probably only time. But yeah. Any chance of making a micro ATX Apple III board just so we can experience that System Sans emulator? Like actually making a copy of the Apple III? Maybe. The Apple III is a complex machine. More complex than it has to be because it's got its native mode, but it has all this Apple II emulation in it, but with extra layers to try to lock out the Apple II side from the Apple III features. Just, stuff like that. I mean, I can show you what the board looks like. It's nuts. So, if none of y'all have seen inside an Apple III, we can take a look. Just need to move some stuff around. This goes here. That's my Apple II test unit I use for testing keyboard controllers. So it's just a little shelf I use to sit on top of it, and there it is. That's the guts of an Apple III. It's a honkin' big board. Honkin' big. So we can zoom in on different parts here. That's a reactive micro power supply, just because I want the machine to be stable. Backside of the logic. Lots and lots of chips. This is the keyboard cable. It's about a third larger than an Apple II board. And then this is the memory board, which is a mezzanine on top of the main board. So it's just absolutely gigantic. Absolutely huge. This would be a gargantuan undertaking to reverse engineer. And not just just to copy it. I'm not talking about reverse engineering it, just like literally copying the thing would be crazy. There are chips in here that are used that aren't really manufactured anymore. Random ROM chips. For example, like this chip here, if you can see me pointing at it, that's the P6 chip, the P6 PROM chip, because this corner up in here is actually, like right in here, this part of the circuitry is actually a Disk 2 controller. It's a WAS controller, is built right into it. It uses a custom keyboard encoder, which is not a problem. I've reverse engineered that. It uses specialized small ROMs in PAL chips down here. You can't really see what I'm pointing at, but like down in here, it uses a few special ROMs and PALs to calculate or to specifically set up the ROM and RAM address timing. It's a quite sophisticated piece of engineering for its time. Almost over-engineered. It uses 558 timers in a couple different locations. The thing, yeah, there's a like a 558 right there. The problem with the 558 is that the 558 timer, it's like a quad 555 timer. They don't make them anymore. So you would have to re-engineer it to have 4 individual 555 timers on it, and just lots and lots and lots of stuff. Yeah. Of course, the upside is, I mean, it runs really hot. I mean, it's warm, super, super, super hot, right? The upside with this is that with modern chips, yeah, here, we'll do this. Give it a good view. With modern chips, you can redesign this thing to use HCT logic or HC logic, which uses a lot less power, will run cooler, and be more stable, right? You could actually, in this machine right now, take all of the 74LS logic and replace it with HCT logic, which has nearly identical timings and operational requirements as LS logic, and greatly reduce the power usage and heat generated by this machine. You can do that right now. Just swap the chips in, it'll just work. But yeah, there are a lot of chips in here that are hard to get. Specialized ROM chips of specific sizes. The video encoder ROM is hard to, or it's difficult to emulate exactly the right chip size. Just stuff. I'm not saying it's impossible or anything like that, but it is a challenge. It definitely is a challenge. Anyway. Fleabag. Missing logic board, otherwise complete. LOL. LOL. Thomas Armstrong, you have a good supply of pets and TRS-80s. Send me an email. Send me an email. Because I wouldn't mind talking TRS-80 at some point. Change screens, face cam. Does the 100 megahertz 6502 work? Good question. I'd like to get one. I actually have the link open in my browser, I think, here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. The project is really complex right now. To build one, that's like a month-long project to probably build one for me because I'm slow. It's not like you can just buy the thing. You have to get all the bits and pieces and kind of put it together yourself. So, Vintage Hillbilly Shack would like a Commodore pet. Get you one of those Tim with software pets. I'll put a link in the chat. You want a pet? Here's how you get one. That's how you get one and get it affordable and not have it cost $5 trillion to ship it. Yup-a-doodle. They also have smaller versions of that pet kit that you can build. So the Mini Pet 4080 is in stock right now. It says on their website. Of course, I built one on my on my channel. Played around with it. I think we, yeah, I think we built it live. Mm-hmm. What I'm really looking for my TRS-80, I have a TRS-80 Model 1 Level 2. That's basically, it's not my original TRS-80 because I destroyed that being a stupid back when I was 13 or 14 years old. But it's effectively the first computer I ever had. The problem with it is that I don't have the monitor for it. I know it's standard composite. I know I can throw any monitor I want at it, but I want the original monitor that went with the TRS-80. And I just haven't been hunting around for one. I'm sure I can probably find one on all of the usual suspects, but I prefer prefer engaging in trade with other people of our community that I know are of our community, and I know that they love the same things that I love, and they're gonna, do the thing. So, Joe, did they ever make a SCSI card for the Apple III, or just a profile card drive via parallel? I don't know. I honestly do not know. Apple III SCSI card. That gets me absolutely nothing. Let's see if apple3.org has anything about it. Oh, excuse me. Trying to program an 8K ROM for the Model 3 to lose the adapter. Oh, you mean the thing that's silly, like thing that sticks on the bottom? Yeah. Is there SCSI card for the TGS? See, here's the thing. Technically speaking, if your SCSI card doesn't use DMA, it might work in an Apple III, because the Apple III and the Apple II slot definitions are identical, with the exception of, I believe, the way DMA is handled, because the Apple III is its own special beast. The trick with that is that even though you could put the card in and it might not catch fire, nothing can talk to it, because the Apple III uses SOS, which is applesauce, as they called it, sophisticated operating system, which was effectively what ProDOS was before ProDOS was. ProDOS is SOS ported to the Apple II. And they're just different enough that you can't use like a ProDOS driver or system file on SOS, because they're laid out differently, they're mapped into memory differently, they handle the hardware management a little bit differently, because obviously they're different physical machines, so the operating systems handle that differently. Yeah, the Apple II SCSI card uses DMA, and so what it's going to do is it's going to dump data into funky memory locations that the Apple III isn't going to know, and it's just going to barf. And there's no driver for SOS to know what it is, right? So, device drivers. Let's see. Yeah, on apple3.org, if you look under device drivers and look, oh, that's manuals. I want device drivers takes me to. That's not helpful. Okay. It doesn't say anything about SCSI in there. There's a manual on how to write your own driver, if you want. So disk images drivers, Control F, SCSI. There's no SCSI there. Nope. We really don't think there's any SCSI there. For the Apple III right now, I think your best bet for mass storage is to just use a floppy EMU, which will work just fine. I'm actually using a W drive right now. Right here. Let's boot it off of it. You have to have a little 20 to 26 pin adapter doodle to connect it, but it works, so it's fine. It's just disk images as well. It's just 140K disk images, but it functions. So it gets you up and running. You can throw any image at it you want, and it works. So Naming your OS after a distress signal must have hit an odd note with a lot of people. They were trying to be cute and they failed. They failed horribly. Absolutely horribly. Yeah, drivers. Technically, I think the original compact flash for Apple II will work in the Apple III if you set it up correctly. So that gives you storage. But then again, it's only acting like floppy drive. So you don't trust the W drive. Understood. My W drive does weird things sometimes. I only ever use it on this Apple III. It just that's where it lives. For everything else, if I need portable storage, I use my or if I need to move things from machine to machine to machine to machine, I use my floppy EMU. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on SCSI for the Apple III. I just don't think that it exists. It doesn't exist. The Apple III Business Basic source code is available, though, if you want that. Console driver source code. The source code for Apple SOS 1.3 is available. Apple III mouse driver for Apple II mouse card. Ooh, cool. That's good to know. What I'm hoping will happen, because will it happen though? Because the Apple III is such a special beast. Like some sort of funky, how can I put it? Hold on. I'll turn my tools off, standby. Just turning off my soldering iron, my fan. The Apple III, I can see if enough interest happens, potentially being some sort of weird SOS ProDOS compatibility layer. But then again, you don't need that. Like, there's not enough hardware physically in the Apple III to convince the Apple III to be a full proper Apple II, like an Apple II Plus with fully stacked with RAM, or an Apple IIe, because there's enough hardware in there to prevent that from happening. That's why we have to have the Titan board set, which is 2 cards that effectively is an Apple IIe that just co-ops the Apple III's input-output system to be an Apple II, right? And if in that case, you just boot ProDOS, and it's an Apple IIe with 128K RAM. So I don't know. Booted an Apple II from an Apple Share server running on a Mac SE before. How do you do that? How do you do that exactly? I'm really curious. If you had that Apple II SCSI PCB in hand, would you do a live stream and build it? Yeah, why not? Be fun. Sure. Yeah, what's this question about? Anybody's tried to remote boot an Apple III off an iSCSI share from a NAS. Yeah, that you're funny. No. But then I see Adam's response. Great. Yeah, I get that. Sinister Pisces. I get that with the NetBoot stuff. Yeah. Basically, you have one good Mac, a good solid Mac, and then you can boot off the network. You need an Apple II workstation card. Got it. Yes, the Over Easy 2 adapter. Yeah, those are cool. Absolutely. So what is this you're talking about? Apple II SCSI PCB. Do you have a link to that? Or do you know what's its actual name? I'm just curious. Apple II workstation card. What is an Adam? What is in an Apple II workstation card? Remind me. Is it basically just like a 6521 with some extra like glue logic and a DIN 8 connector, basically? Apple II SCSI. Quotes around it, so Google looks for the thing. My search came up with nothing. Okay. Apple II workstation card. Let's look at that. Oh, that's a complex card. Got it. It's got, yeah, it's got special. Hell, that workstation card is its own frigging computer. Basically. I'm just looking at pictures. Yeah, the workstation card has, of course, it's got the Zilog. It's got the Zilog chip on it that it needs to emulate the actual serial protocol and all of its support circuitry. I'm just looking at a picture on the internet. It's got a 6502 processor on it and some RAM, and some ROM, which the 6502 needs to function. And it's got some big Para MIS ASIC chip on it. Who knows what the heck that is? Yeah. Okay. I was curious about that, Adam, because I'm like, maybe we can clone that. But not really. That ASIC makes it very difficult. It basically gives you local talk, yeah. Frederick, how you doing? 3 hours in, you made it. We've been doing a lot of stuff for the past 45 minutes. We've just been chatting. The first 2 hours was what the stream was actually about. We got the Mystic upgrade finally working. Quick update to anybody who joined in and has missed a lot of that stuff. I spent 2 weeks before, or since the last stream, fixing every possible conceivable problem with Javier's Color Classic chassis and analog board to finally get it to work. Only to finally put his Mystic board in it and bend a pin on stream. So I had to give him my Mystic board, but that's fine. Javier now has a fully working Mystified Color Classic. My God, it's fast. You click on the About page, it's like, now I'm loaded. I'm up. It's crazy. Can't clone that Apple II or the Apple II SuperDrive card. Yeah, those are difficult to clone. Because, yeah, the SuperDrive, the big thing with the SuperDrive is the swim chip. Everything else on that is clonable. The card itself has actually been cloned, I think, by what's the name of it? Reactive Micro. But he has swim chips. He's somewhere. He found them on OotSource or somewhere. He has a bunch of them, so you can do that. So Apple. Yeah. Yep, Apple II 3.5-inch disc controller card. Here it is. And he charges $200 for it. Mainly because the swim chip is unobtainium. Yep. I'll still smash that like button. Yeah, thank you. Or as we say in our other live stream, lasso that like button. Yeah. Doobie 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 doo 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 doo. I'm just trying to. I'm looking at that that disk controller card. Have I seen open chassis cases for modern PCs with multiple flat layers you can mount parts on and then hang on the wall? I'd love to see a vintage Mac built out of one of those. I have seen those. I know what you're talking about. Sorry, I got distracted by my own activities here. I have seen those. A classic Mac built that way. Totally doable. You would need to do something about the analog board and the power supply situation, depending on which Mac it is. And then, of course, deal with the monitor itself. If you do any of the, any of the LCD conversion type things with it, you could do that. I'm just thinking about how that would work. I've never personally looked into the process of converting a Mac to a Mac Classic, a classic size Mac to net LCD. But people have done it. Javier's done it, I think, even. And you would just do that, basically. You just take all the guts out, do that, mount it to some sort of backer board, a piece of plywood or something that you've got all finished up pretty. Maybe put the Apple rainbow colors behind it, and you mount everything. You could set everything up off of that board with little 3D printed standoffs or something like that. Things like that. Mm-hmm. Not a Mac. That's right, Javier. You did the 2C and you did the little 2C LCD, the little tiny portable LCD thing. RGB to HDMI can convert classic Mac video to HDMI. Well, there you go. There's your solution there. Adrian did it on his channel. See, I don't watch Adrian's channel enough. As much as I'd love to get a nice vintage Mac, I'm not all excited about vintage RTs. I don't have the skills to fix them. They just seem like beautiful time bombs. See, that's the thing. If you're not using the CRT a lot, you keep your brightness down, and your analog board is in good shape. You've recapped it. The CRTs, in my opinion, last longer than these LCDs do, if you take care of them. The downside to the CRTs is that once they're dead, they're dead. If the tube fails or the flyback fails, that's pretty much the death knell, right? And unless you're like really super in love with that CRT, it is not cost effective to try to fix it. Hence my RGB solution here, right? And other solutions like that to convert those signals to the to the LCDs, like you're familiar. Javier also put a 2C CRT into a compact Mac. Yes. And Adam McGee put a green CRT into his green Mac SE. Hence Adam's Twitter handle, Hulkintosh. Interesting side note, I have ordered a 9-inch amber CRT. I have. And that is going to be combined with this SE30 board, and then combined with, well, I can't, it's way back there. It's going to be combined with a clear Mac Effects case, and then on top of all of that, I also have the other guts to the inside of the machine. And then I'm going to put orange LCDs or LED lights in it, and maybe with a chasing pattern using the using my NeoPixel project I did for my Apple II, my clear case Apple II. Just hard program to be in orange or warm colors. And I'm gonna make a Pumpkintosh. It's gonna be an orange Macintosh. I think it'll be neat. Tom, what amber CRT did you get? I happened to snag one from IBM 5155, and the mount ears looked correct to me. So hopefully it'll mount. If it doesn't, the seller has returns, so I can return it, but whatever. SE30 board, recap it, put it in the Hawkintosh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now all we need is a color classic clear case, right? You have to steal all the parts from the inside. See, that's the thing. The color classic chassis is an absolute nightmare of the way it's designed. It came out of some piece of medical equipment. Okay. How did that work for you? You basically just took the yoke off and moved the yoke from your analog board to that and just plugged it in and it worked, I presume. And then you just kind of adjusted it until it looked right, I guess. Yeah, you guys need to get a CRT with the ears on the front edge of the implosion ring, and that's what I checked. Mine does. Clicked, shipped, sign in. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep, that's exactly what mine is. Yep. Just making sure. I double checked mine before I ordered it, but I just checked it again just in case. I should have. Wow. Yeah, that CRT will be here on Monday. Ooh. Yeah, baby. Track package. In transit. Estimated delivery the 13th. Okay. Yeah. We'll see. I use the original Mac yoke and adjust it. Yeah, you just plug it in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and the neck plug, yeah. That's the thing. CRT plugs are pretty universal. You can, as long as the size is the same and the yoke geometry matches the physical geometry of the tube, you can usually change one tube to another of the same size and it'll work. Is my understanding. So some of the 2C monitors have the wrong CRT to fit in the Mac. Yes, I'm hoping my CRT, this CRT I bought will fit. I mean, it should. It's a 9-inch. So someone tell Steve of Mac 84 there's an 840 AV for option up for auction in Canada eBay. Thomas, I made you a moderator. Do you have a link to that? Because I can tell Steve directly because I have ways to talk to him. I want to tempt him with it. That'll be funny. Hilarious. Stand by. I'm just clearing out my browser tabs. Yes, close that. And we are clear. Okay. Yeah, 5155 CRT. That's the exact CRT that I got. It was a 5155. Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, here's the thing. It's like, I don't think Steve is ever going to give up working on that 840 AV until he likes it. Even if he has to remove every chip and replace every chip on that machine. Of course, you know, it was so screwed up to begin with that if I had to guess what actually happened, there it is. If I had to actually guess what happened to Steve's that 840 AV, Copy. He hold on, I'm messaging Steve. Send. Direct message sent. What probably happened, because it didn't have massive capacitor gunge on it. It probably just got capacitor electrolyte in the interior layers of the board, because he got it working and then it stopped working. And I think an interior trace died. And the trick is finding out which freaking interior trace it is. And that's not easy. Trust me. And then Steve, and then Bruce, who now has an SE30 that I was trying to fix for Javier. Well, Bruce doesn't have it yet. It's in Australia. You know. Yeah. And yeah, so that's the thing with the 840 AV. It uses the same power up system as a lot of those Macs do. It uses the egret chip, right? And the egret chip is really tricky to get working. It's funny on both. And Javier, hey, yeah, there you are. Hi, Av. You'll get a kick out of this. Literally both of the Mystic boards, the LC575 boards that I got from Javier, neither of them would power on with the keyboard switch. And it was because both of them were missing their master ground line to the ADB port. The master ground line on both boards, both of them, I kid you freaking not, got corroded from, or maybe it was the Color Classic board. But basically, I had two of them. Two of the boards that Javier sent me were like that. I had to fix the trace on the ground line. And once I fixed that, they're like, click, boom, they turn right on. And that's the trick. So, yeah. Found the post sent to you on Discord. Yeah, it was IBM 5155 CRT, so you're short. A regret chip, yes. And Mac SE30 with orange colored CRT. Yeah. Yep, that is literally the exact same chassis and everything. It's like a direct match. Oh, that looks sexy. Oh, that's delicious. Oh, that's yummy. Sorry, it's on 68K MLA. Oh, that's wonderful. You all get to see that. Great retro roundup episode, yeah. Mm-hmm. What if all of you got together and did a live stream where you snuck the 840 AV into a facility with a CAT scanner so you could peer into the hidden layers? Who of us is in medical? Javier, do you think Stavros would let us, because he's in healthcare, do you think he would let us steal Steve's board and scan it? Just occurred to me that you could try the CPU from the accelerator that doesn't work on the upgrade, maybe. Let's check that. Stand by. So what Javier is referring to is his Color Classic. The actual Color Classic board came with a TurboCache Pro card. Whatever. I'll get it out here in a second. But that card doesn't work. When you plug it into the machine doesn't boot up. It doesn't function with that card in there. Stand by. So that guy right there, right? The thing with this is, Javier, is I believe that this chip is a 68030. I can check that by just literally looking at the chip size. Yeah, they're completely different sizes. See that? Yeah, that's not going to work. Sorry. Interesting on this. Yeah, Javier sent this to me, and he's like, "Get this working too," and I couldn't get it to work. I scanned over it like 95,000 times, and just I didn't find anything wrong with it. Recap the upgrade card, and it could be that it just needs recapped. The question is, do I have the caps for it? Let's see what they are. I might have those caps in stock. I might not. Let's go cam. Let's take a look. Here, let's turn the Apple III off since it's over here like burning down forests with its energy consumption. There we go. Okay. So what capacitor are you? You are a 22 and 6S, probably a 6.3 volt. Let's look at my tantalums and see what I got. 100, 10, 100, 116. I don't have the caps for it. Not in stock. I'd have to order caps. $22. There's only 4 caps on here. They're all the same. All exactly the same. They're not leaking. Doesn't mean they're not bad, but when I got them, they were all perfect. Gosh, that's out of focus. You guys can't see that. I can see that perfectly. That means that my camera isn't focused correctly. Now it's going to bother me. Now I need to focus my camera. It must be perfect, or Joe goes nuts. My focus has to be the same as your focus, or it drives me crazy. Oops. Stand by. I'm just adjusting the camera focal spot. Dead on same. Good. Okay, cool. It just bothers me when it's in focus for me, but it's not in focus for you guys. So then I think it's in focus, but you guys can't see what I'm doing. Anyway, so those are all 22s. They don't leak. No, they sparkle. Yes, tantalum caps go boom. So what kind of capacitors are these? These are 22, 6S capacitor. What does that mean? What does 6S mean? 6S means who the frick knows? 6S, not 6C. UF. A lot of them go off like fireworks. See, the trick to the tantalums is to ensure you have extra capacity in it. So you never, ever want to underrate them. It actually helps on a tantalum to overrate it by one step if you're really worried about them exploding. I have only ever had tantalum short when they were the old style tantalum teardrop capacitors across 12-volt rails in power supplies on things that used lots of current, where it was used as a like a decoupling capacitor for voltage in a motor or something like that. And what happens is tantalums really do not like back voltage. They're polarized. If you put them in backwards, they explode. In these motorized circuits, if your flywheel diode or any of that is not set up correctly, what happens is when any motorized circuit is de-energized, it will dump current in the reverse direction, and current and voltage will go backwards through the circuit, and that can cause problems for those tantalums. So that's what I've seen. I've never seen a surface mount tantalum explode, ever. Never seen it. Of course, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It obviously does, but you know. Let's look for capacitors. Passive components. Capacitors. Tantalum capacitors. Double the voltage on replacements. Yeah, exactly. 22 UF. 22 UF in stock, apply. Cool. So I have no idea what these voltages are. They're labeled 6S. I don't know what that means. Bruce put one in backwards. Yes. It might mean 6.3. It might mean 60. I don't know. What if we just go to capacitors? Aluminum electrolytic. Aluminum electrolytic. And we just look up one and see which one has 6S on it. Capacitance. 22 mics. In stock. Apply. SMD. Apply. Low to high. And this one is 6.3 volts. So what does it say on the top? Nothing helpful. Like, I have no idea what the voltage of this cap is. I would have to, like, tap the line, put it in the machine, turn the machine on, and then, like, measure it and see what voltage is actually going across these capacitors. It's probably 6.3 volts would be my guess, because I don't see it being anything higher than that for this kind of board. This is just literally generic logic. It's all going to be 5-volt logic, so it would make sense that it's a 6-volt cap. I mean, that makes sense to me. Are all of these on the same rail? Diagnose computers and things with Joe. We're going to just show you what I'm doing. I bet it's 6 volts. I mean, that makes sense to me. That one. So let's do a little continuity test. First off, stop it. Untangle. No. Continuity. Continuity. My cat is drinking my cold coffee. Your cat is going to have zoomies like crazy. You thought the 3 a.m. zoomies were bad before. So is this plus connected to this plus? It is. My multimeter is having conniption fits. It's fine now. That's the same. That's the same. Got a couple small ones in here. That's the same. That's the same. That's the same. What about the grounds? Yep, they're just decoupling caps, basically. They're bulk. They're situated around the board. They're just they're bulk decoupling. So that's saying this is only really a 5 or 3.3 volt board. They're probably 6.3 volt caps. So that would probably work. Okay, at least I know what we need to do the thing. Right. Exactly. So we need to go capacitors. I just want to see what they cost, or if they're even in stock right now. Tantalum capacitors. I want 22 UF. 22 UF SMD. Not 11, 22. In stock, apply. There we are. What are cat zoomies? Sleeplessness, diarrhea. My cats prefer breadsticks to cat food, but I think it causes... Okay. I really don't care about that. Case code. These look like they are the smaller ones, which I don't remember. 1207s or 1202s. Yeah, looks about right. They're a little bit larger. They're definitely not 2312s. Those would be way too large. I'm sure I could measure it, but I'm not that interested. So they're like somewhere like between 2312s and 1207s. We'll just say that. Apply filters, 6.3 volts, and I think we could probably go up to 10 safely. Apply. We don't want to go too high because it affects the ESR. Yep, 6.3 sent you a reference on Discord. Hey, thank you. Gosh, you're the best. Thank you, not Tom. Rated voltage, 6 equals 6.3. Thank you. See ya, Javier. No problem, sir. I'm very glad to have fixed your Color Classic for you and upgraded. So it's 6.3. So the tantalum, we could volt it, to like an 8. Sort by price low to high, and if I bought them, I'd probably buy 100 of them just to have them around. Yeah, they're like 21 cents a piece, basically. They exist. No problem. What kind of upgrade card is that? So this is the Thunder Crash Micromac Technology Thunder Cash Pro for the Color Classic, or really any LC style machine. In Javier's machine, in Javier's chassis, it doesn't post, basically. I put it in my LC2, and I actually got a failure chime. And Javier's, it just sits there and never shows the cursor. It's a blank gray screen with no final post. It chimes, but then it stops. And again, on my machine, it chimes, shows the cursor, then I get a do 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 fail chime, but it never tries to boot up or anything like that. So do 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 da 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 da. So, but I mean, for the Color Classic, this itself is actually a pretty killer upgrade. I mean, because it's this is the 50 megahertz. So it gives it a pretty kick butt capability. It has the FPU here as well. So 68.88888888882 FPU. And then it's got all those RAM sockets. So you could basically upgrade the machine to something like 132 megabytes of RAM or some crazy number that no one would ever use. But yeah. Anyway, I feel like putting it in the LC again so we can just hear what it does. Just Out of pure curiosity. Why not? It'll be fun. Again, for various levels of fun. So I'll take out my Ethernet card, which I use solely as an FPU upgrade. The FPU in it. We'll put this in. It does not need that memory in there in order for it to do the thing. Trust me, I looked it up. That's in there all the way. This needs to roll back out of the way. I like to set this sideways. Let's do it this way. Okay. Video. Power switch is off. Power. And keyboard. Cool. So we can put it up here and see if it actually functions. Focus. Focus. Thank you. Are those memory slots 100% plastic? No, the hold-in tabs are metal on this. Yep. Or just take the caps off. It doesn't need them. Maybe. Does it have to have RAM installed to work? No, I tried it both with and without RAM. It don't. Will the lid even close with that in there? Yes, it does clear. It clears it perfectly. I'm just going to try to turn it on without the Blue SCSI installed, just in case it, I don't know, shreds the data bus. Got a chime. That's all it does. Just does. I never get a mouse cursor or nothing. Just do-do-do-do. Yep. That's it. It could be any number of things. I've tried it in different situations. I took, even though this is a kick-ass CPU in here, I took that out and put a standard CPU in it, 68030 from something, the original board, I don't remember, but I put a regular 68030 in there instead of the fast one in there. Does the same thing. I took the FPU out just in case the FPU was doing something stupid. Does the same thing. I put RAM in here, same thing. RAM out, same thing. Doesn't matter. It does the exact same thing no matter what I do. So I went over this with a fine-tooth comb, to use the analogy, and checked every single trace on the board, on the front and the back. The board is perfectly clean. I even checked. There's a couple red spots up here because under the microscope, those two spots look like they had a wire in them before. Why are you? I hate this freaking camera. It never focuses. There you go. Those two spots. They look like it had something through the via, maybe connecting those 2 points together. But I looked up pictures on the internet, and there are no pictures anywhere on the internet that show that there's a wire there. So I didn't want to do the thing. Memory error conflict. Yeah, I could try taking the RAM out of this machine and sticking it in this machine and seeing what happens. I mean, those are the DRAM sims. No, that's the DRAM. So if I take that out of there and I put the memory that came with it in it, is over here. Lots of chunk in memory. Go in that direction. Yes. Can't see what I'm doing. Okay, so we'll put that memory in, and the memory on the board is out, just for giggles. I mean, why not? I also have to do something really weird with this LC. I'll show you. This LC is funky. This is literally the first board I ever recapped. I want to show you. Why not? So, as you can see, this has been recapped, and they're a little cattywampus. I recapped this like a decade ago. This capacitor right here, I have to short that capacitor out if I've had it on recently after I reboot it, or it won't boot up again. I don't know why. I've recently went over the board again with my scope just to look to see if anything was weird on the board, and it looks perfectly fine to me. I don't know why. It's just a weird thing. So I have to use my tweezers and short that out just like that, or it won't post again. It won't chime. I don't know why. It's a thing that it does. So we're gonna go ahead and install this with all this RAM on it. Now with this RAM on it, the lid might not go on. It definitely won't. According to Micromac, any LC PDS slot machine, this should work in. So that's plugged in. Go to that. See what happens. Bing! Ow. Ow. Perhaps something on the interlators? Yeah, probably. It's just something shorted that shouldn't be shorted, or a resistor came off the bottom of the board 10 years ago when I was working on it. Something that's supposed to discharge that capacitor when it turns off or something. I don't know. I couldn't find anything. No mouse cursor. I'm presuming what it's doing right now, it's taking longer to post or to boot up because it's checking that RAM. I don't know how much it is. 128 megs is a lot. Did that accelerator predate the LC2? No, I don't think it did. And how did that lid close? This card wasn't meant to go in an LC2. It came with the Color Classic, and it fits in the Color Classic just fine. So that's why it's not doing it here. It doesn't. Yeah. It's why it sticks up, because it's not really truly designed to go in the LC2. All this said, I'm not a huge expert on the Beige Era Macs. I'm just not. So yeah, it chimed and it's doing nothing. I have no mouse cursor, no nothing. It just sits here and does nothing. Nothing. Yeah. Who knows what it's doing? I don't know what it's doing. Checking that RAM. Hung up. Stuck. Yeah. And you're like, maybe that card was never actually tested for an LC class max before a certain date. Right, it could be. But it does the same crap in this right here, what it's doing right now. This is exactly what it does in his Color Classic. But it does this in his Color Classic whether there's RAM in it or not. It doesn't really matter. It does this, it chimes, it goes to a gray screen, and it just sits there. End of story. So Micro Mac Thunder Cache Pro. Thunder Cache Pro accelerator, clicking on it. If you're looking to squeeze more power and RAM out of your Macintosh LC2, or Color Classic, then the Thunder Cache Pro is the answer. It was designed for this machine. This card may be the Color Classic version of the card, but that shouldn't really matter. It's just the RAM is on the other side of the... Yeah, like, I don't think it really matters. Yeah, now, yeah, I'm looking at... they're even literally, like, Micromac's website is still up. So you can, like, just look at their documentation for it. You know? Out of ideas, and it's past midnight, so you probably weigh my questions as such. Got it. It's just doing nothing. I mean, yeah, their website right here just talks directly about the product. It's just like, plug it in and it'll go. Right? Installation is easy. Simply open the case to your computer, install the accelerator into the processor direct slot, and that's it. Do they still sell stuff? I don't think they do, Adam. I mean, you can try contacting them, but I don't know. But it's funny. Yeah, their site is just still active. And they have all these cool products that they show, right? But, like, yeah. I don't know. This is going to get turned off. You're done. Anyway. Well, I think that at this point, we're going to retire for the evening. Yeah, this page was last modified on May 13th, 2000. Like, it's been up for the past 21 years unmodified. Just sitting there. Somebody's paying for that site to live. It might be one of the people in our community who bought it and just, you know. Someone's paying for an SL certificate for the site. Not necessarily, Justin. If the site's been upgraded to, if it's been upgraded to a new version of Linux, you can install certbot and do Let's Encrypt. Let's Encrypt, and it'll just do it automatically, and it's free. But whatever. All that said, yeah, I think I'm going to call it for this evening. I think we had a lot of fun. We finally got Javier's Color Classic up and running with the upgrade, right? And so he's got a fully functional Mystic upgrade. And we showed you how to do it too, so that's cool. So you can come back and watch my video and see the little change doodle you can do. And then we goofed off for 2 hours. 4-hour stream, crazy. But yeah, it has been super fun tonight. I'd like to thank you all for stopping by. Give me lots of great input, comments, questions, and stuff in the comments. That's been cool. While you're here, if you like the stream, hit the like button. If you dislike the stream, hit the dislike button. It doesn't matter which one you hit, as long as you only hit one of them. if you're not a subscriber, hit the subscribe button so that and hit that silly stupid bell thing, because that helps as well. Justin Morgan, $1.99 super sticker that says thanks. Thank you, Justin, very much for that super sticker. I do appreciate that. On the note of the super sticker and Patreon, you can go to Patreon and support me that way, or you can do super chats and stuff here. And that money all goes to a PayPal account specifically dedicated to the operation of this shop and to paying the fees to run jcm-1.com and stuff like that to keep my hobby running. I'm never going to get rich on it or anything like that, but those little things help keep this thing running, and I do appreciate that. So thank you. Tom says he hit the like button 3 times to show how much you like the stream. Yes, you are allowed to hit the like button or dislike button as many times as you want, as long as it's an odd number. Or a prime number, because that's also an odd number. And yeah, so super fun. Thanks for hanging out and stopping by. Other things to look at, you can go to -1.com if you like. And look at some of the cool merch I got. It is Christmas time. If you got a nerd in your life, you might want to get them a little cool thing. Thank you, Justin, for dropping the link to my Patreon on there. Adam is a patron. Thank you. Justin is a patron. Yes. Also, our new live stream that we're doing, cm-1.com/3r. I believe that is my redirect. I have a really cool short URL redirect right there. If you go to that redirect will take you to our new podcast, the Retro Repair Roundup with me and Javier and Rudy's Retro Intel, who was in here the stream earlier, and Ron of Ron's Computer Videos, where we get together and talk about fixing old computers and things. Thomas Armstrong, any mugs? Yes, I do have mugs in there. For example, I've got mugs exactly like this one. See? Do you get the joke? Drinking? You get it? So cool stuff. Quick question. Would you recommend a color classic these days? I loved one, but the price seems kind of insane these days. Yeah. If you can get a color classic. See, the trick with the color classic is it's a tinkerer's machine, right? Because you can put the LC575 board in it and make it this super compact, super fast little compact Mac. That's why the hyper nerds like it. If you just need an old school classic Mac to poke around on, and you want a compact Mac, and you don't necessarily need it to be in color, just an old compact Mac to play with. The Macintosh Classic is good because they are everywhere. The Mac Classic, man, you can tell it's getting late. I can't talk. The Mac Classic is just, there's so many of them sold, and they're relatively newer, so they tend to last longer than the really, really old original 84 Macs or the Mac Pluses. The Mac Plus is also a good choice too. The Mac SE is a good choice. But the Mac Classic is relatively inexpensive, and it gets you started playing with the old Macs. But that's just me. Used to have Quadra 700, miss a lot, but these days I kind of want a compact Mac and possibly upgrade to those sort of levels if that's even possible. Yeah. The one, in my opinion, the Macs with the best upgrade route right now is going to be the Color Classic to the LC575 board. But the problem is you got to find both of those, and you're basically buying 2 Macs to do that. So if it's really about having the small Mac, that's a good thing to do. Your other option is a Mac SE. An original SE, yep, exactly. Adam just dropped it in there. The original Mac SE, not an SE30, but an SE. Specifically, if you can get the SE, what's called the FDHD or the SE Superdrive, is a good, solid, classic Mac with an okay set of capabilities, and it does not have any funky capacitors on it. The things last forever. They're reliable as rocks, right? It's, in my opinion, the Apple II of the Mac, of the classic Macs. You plug it in, you turn it on, and it friggin' works. Sometimes you have to futz around with the analog board, but even then, that recap job is not that bad. So, anyway. Yeah, you asked your question right as I was signing off, but yeah, it does have a Varta battery though, but you just cut it out or remove it. It's no big deal. You don't need that battery for it to work. Anyway, well, again, I'm going to sign off for this evening. Again, thank you for all stopping in, saying hi, doing the thing. I've been doing the live streams a little bit more because it tends to get me to actually do some content, but we'll see what happens. The next live stream I'll likely be on will be next week, approximately a week from now. We're going to have our next retro repair roundup that we're going to be doing. And I put the link in the description. But yeah, so thanks all for hanging out. I'm going to sign off, and you all have a super good evening.